There's Nick.
Just got here just in time.
You wouldn't be you if you didn't. But
hello, everybody. Welcome to another edition of Supernatural Talk. We have with us tonight Cathy and Teffany. They are the organizers of the Fort Wayne, Indiana Paracon that's going to be later on this year. Let's see, that's going to be the last week of September, the 29th and 30th.
I already have it written down on my Paracon list already, so it's already on the calendar.
Yay! I knew I liked you.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to this, and I had to admit, the last couple of years there's been a lot of controversy going on with Paracons over here, so I'm really curious to see how this one's going to go. And from what I'm seeing, it looks like this is going to be much, much better than what it had been.
Yeah.
So tell me, how did you come about to organizing this event?
Oh,
That's a good story, though. Go with it, Cathy. I said, go for it. Like, this is a good story. I feel like this is an awesome story.
She tells me to shut up whenever I'm talking too much. So just tell me to shut up.
wait, backstage, she was the one doing all the talking.
No, she doesn't always say that.
Okay.
Oh.
So basically, Tiffany and I are both into the paranormal. Both of us have gone to conventions throughout the years. We've seen things that we've liked. We've seen things that we thought, I wonder if they could have done that differently, or gosh, I would do it like this. And so there was a convention last year, and I was an attendee, and I helped a friend with a booth. And actually, one of the people that was a sponsor was my client. And so after it was over, I was talking to him. His name is Tim Straley, a local business owner here. And I said, it was just, I hated the fact that things were left the way they were for our city. I wanted something better for our city, and I'm passionate about this. And he said, I'm passionate about events. So we just got together and we created it. And then Tiffany joined us. And so we have a dream team here of people that Tim has been doing events in Fort Wayne for years. He knows a lot of people. Thanks, Brad. So he has the connections for the DJs and the logistics, and Tiffany has connections locally with different paranormal groups and vendors and celebrities. And I'm just me here floating around trying to help.
I feel the opposite with me. I feel like I'm just floating there because our team is so well structured. Like, I was at the same event that she was talking about, but I was working with Tim. So, like, it was like, I don't know how we didn't, like, connect that day. Like, that would have been cool to connect with Cathy that day. We just recently met this year, and it was just, like, we love each other. Like, and we both have that passion. Like, we both, like, we spent hours on our way to Michigan Paracon talking about all of our, like, things that have happened to us, why we're here, what we have passion for. And like, it's just like, I'm so happy that I met her. I love her dearly. But like I think this is going to be a good event for that reason. Like, when you have people around you that share those aspects, and like those, like, we can sit here and talk for days about paranormal stuff, and where like most of my friends are like, you're a weirdo. But yeah, it's a good family. I think this is going to be great. And I do see, like, in the past where things have failed, and we're very wary about those things. And I think we're playing it safe, but yeah, we're going to have fun. Like, this is going to be good. And we want everybody to be involved. Like, we're trying to, like, find ways for everyone to be involved.
Especially locally. We definitely know that we're going to be bringing people in from other states and other areas, and we welcome that, and we're happy about that. But we also want to make sure that we're bringing a taste of Fort Wayne into it. So we want to support the local businesses. We want the local vendors in there. So we want to do what we can to appeal to the Fort Wayne audience, and, you know, try to, I don't want to say make paranormal mainstream, but maybe clear up misconceptions, or just get people to try something new that they haven't done before. Just come and see what it's about. And don't, you know, before you even think, ooh, what is that? That's strange. That's too weird for me. Just try it out. Come see it. see what we're all about and go from there. But we want everybody to have fun. But to Tiffany's point, we are starting smaller than maybe some of the others have because we want to make sure we don't overextend ourselves. We want it to be successful. So we're starting with what we feel is manageable and then see how it goes this year. And then we hope to build on it for years to come. But this year we were very particular on who we handpicked to speak.
Oh God, yeah.
And we're also being particular on vendors because we want to make sure that we don't have, like Tiffany said, 6 crystal.
Oh my gosh. And like, I don't want 6 crystal shops. I want the person that's selling crystals to come there and sell crystals. Like, so I want to be like that person's like, I want you to come in. I want you to be successful. I want to make you like competition to like 12 other crystal shops. So we're just going through and we're trying to give everybody equal opportunity to be there for sure. But at the same time, be realistic. We don't like, we want you guys, like as people coming to visit us, actually get experience of like, oh, like I saw this and I saw that and that was different. Like I like instead of seeing like 12 of the same things and like just trying to keep it very paranormal too. Like we want to give our sponsorships like the booth space as well, but like we also want to make sure that everybody gets the opportunity, paranormal community wise, to be there.
No, what were the dates again?
October 29th and
September 29th and
30th. I'm like Halloween.
I know, right? Before Halloween, September 29th and 30th.
Yes.
So Eileen, I have to make a trip up here.
Yes.
I need you to send me a plane ticket, Jeremy.
And for me, I'm only 3.5 hours away, so I'm not that far.
No one
Where
here.
is that, Nick?
What's
Yes.
I was telling her to bring food.
Yeah, we're gonna have a cooking lesson. But I was asking you, Nick, where you live? Where are you
I
at?
I live in Chicago, Illinois.
That's not that far.
Yeah,
No.
just 3.5 hours.
I make it all the
I
time.
do have companies in Schaumburg. I go to Schaumburg.
Oh, Schaumburg. Yeah,
a
that's
couple
just
times
like
a year.
10, 15 minutes. That's like 15, 20 minutes away from me.
Yes.
Paylocity. So if you know somebody who needs payroll services, I'm your girl.
I'll make
Shameless
sure of
plug.
that.
All right. Done.
Nick, I can't go unless you're bringing me my cup.
Oh my God! Here we go again with the cup thing.
I mean, it is a Paracon.
Yeah, and you tried stealing it from me from another Paracon.
This time you just give it to me. So no, we were backstage, Nick. You missed it. We were talking. Tiffany's grandmother's from Mississippi.
Hey,
So we were,
I figured it out. It's
What?
Cleveland, Mississippi.
okay, yeah.
My
I
dad
think that's-
texted me. He's Cleveland, Mississippi. She lived in a whatever
Yeah.
part.
I was gonna say, where's that come from?
Yep.
The
Still
one
yeah.
word we don't talk about.
My hatred. Witness protection has got back to me yet.
So yeah, we were talking Southern cooking. So we were having fun.
Bacon grease all day.
Bacon grease,
Yes.
baby.
Yep.
Brad's got this message for you, Eileen.
Oh no, Brad. I think you said the other day you love Starbucks. I think I saw that.
Who is this Facebook
I'm not
user? Because
judging.
apparently they miss Chicago. So someone used to live in my city.
Chicago's a good city. Like
It is. I've lived in Chicago all my life, so I love it here.
I feel like we're blessed to be in Fort Wayne because we're like 3 hours from Chicago, 2 hours from
Yeah.
Indy, 2 hours from
Right.
Detroit,
Oh,
from like
yeah, I'm
Cleveland,
looking at
Columbus.
it right now. This right here, this is Anita,
Oh, Anita.
and
Okay.
this is our good friend Rick McCallum.
Yeah, they're asking. So where is it
Oh.
again? What city is it?
It's in Fort Wayne.
It's
It's
in
going to
Fort
be at
Wayne,
the
yes,
Masonic
Nina.
Temple in Fort Wayne.
Oh, I've only ever done one Masonic temple, and boy,
It's a Freemasons hall, right?
Well, yes, Freemasons.
it was
Sorry.
fun. We did the one in Salina, and it was fun. It was different.
Oh, it was
There's a
fun.
lot of history there, and it is such a cool building. And we wanted
We
something
actually
different.
ghost hunted there. So
Just for a
Wow.
couple hours. We need to
just
go
for a
back.
little bit.
I wanna
But it
go
was
back.
like actually the history there, like I mean, you're talking about like it's 200 years
Years.
old.
Man,
Right,
just
Cathy?
the stories behind some of those places.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing.
And it's really rich history attached to the city of Fort Wayne itself. I mean, once you started looking at the original Freemasons, The first Freemasons in Fort Wayne, it wasn't even called Fort Wayne yet, but it was Fort Wayne was named after Wayne, was named after one of the first Freemasons. And then if you look at all the street names in our town, Freemason's last name. So literally, and the fire chief was a Freemason, the police chief. They built the whole town. So for me, I geeked out on that. I thought it was really cool.
Yeah, history is, and that's the sad thing about history right now. This younger generation, they don't care as much. When you do find someone in the younger generation that cares about, you're like clinging on to them because you're just hoping they decide to keep history around later in life.
Right.
So those last three Facebook users are all different people. Anita, Sam Thomas, and Rick McCallum. Rick McCallum's a good friend of ours who was a Hollywood stuntman.
Right. And I didn't know. It's kind of surprising. I didn't know Anita actually used to live in Chicago. That's something new for me. So
her fiance
told me that before.
There's a lot of things in Chicago that I want to experience. Like they have, doesn't Chicago have like a gangster tour? Like so, it'd be like where.
Yeah, we definitely have those because when you think of Chicago, you think of Al Capone and St. Valentine's Day Massacre. We got a lot of those areas. So again, it's funny to think that I'm also kind of blessed the same way you guys are, knowing that Fort Wayne's only 3.5 hours away. So
I got a good story for you. So Don Dillinger, he was held up in a jail, like in Old Crown, Indiana.
Old Crown Point Jail.
Yes. And I actually got to investigate that. And it was pretty intense for me. Like I didn't expect it. Like I went totally into that, like just history wise. Like I was like, this is going to be like, I love history. So even if like I investigate a area, like as long as I like investigate something with history, I'm in my like zone because I love history.
And over here in Chicago, we got Dillinger's Alley. Just want to bring that up.
Yeah, exactly. And I was just like, this is going to be a good time. And I went in there thinking like, just looking around and like some of the stuff, like I actually have videos of it. We did a good session where I'm not going to repeat the words that came out of my mouth, but it was pretty intense. Like I got catcalled in a jail, which would make sense as a female.
Yeah. Hey,
I didn't expect it. Like
you got it, girl.
I'm really sensitive to a lot of those things, and I just didn't expect it to be like. I walked in there and I was like, after doing like the walkthrough, I was like, it's not that like crazy. It's not that like I didn't really get a lot of vibes. And then like when I did a solo thing, I was like, okay, I'm done. Like this. What is it?
So, are y'all two on a team or y'all like on by yourselves?
You start, Tiffany.
We are, well, I was by myself. Like me and my husband, we investigate a lot. Like I've done, actually for last year for me and my husband's 5th anniversary, me and him rented out Waverly Hills to ourselves.
Yes,
I was like, let's go for it. Like, let's do this. But like me and my husband just investigate a lot to like just by ourselves. We have a lot of equipment. And then when I met Cathy, I'm like, what are we doing? Like we should be doing this together.
I know. We actually talked about creating like a little group, and I have a couple other ladies that I'm interested in like having possibly join us too. But no, I actually grew up in a house with activity when I was a kid, and it scared the crap out of me. So I didn't understand it. Nobody believed me, and now this is going to date me and to tell you how old I am. But I had
24.
a tape recorder.
You're young.
You're 24.
What'd you say?
You're 24.
Oh, sure. I'll go with that. So they still made tape recorders, I guess, even though I'm 24. But I put it in the hallway when everybody left, and when we came back, there were voices on it, and so I became infatuated. I wasn't scared anymore because now it's humanized. Like it's a soul, it's a person. It's not some crazy thing trying to scare me. So now I want to learn. I have to dig. I have to figure out why. What's going on? Who is this person? And where are we? So now I've got a lot of questions, but that's why I investigate.
She's quite the investigator too. Like she always like tries to debunk everything. Yes. That's what I love about her. Like we're in the Freemasons hall and she's like, that could be pipes. And then like, we're like, nope, there's not pipes behind that. Like she wants to investigate everything. I love that.
Both of y'all kind of remind bits and pieces of myself because I'm the same way. It's like, Jeremy's investigated with me before. Nick has too. But I'm the type that when I'm investigating, I'm going through a list of possibilities it could be in my head before I ever even tell. It could be 10 minutes later. I'm like, oh yeah, I think I saw a shadow back there. They're like, what? I'm like, well, I had to make sure it wasn't this and this and this.
Right. That's Cathy. Yeah. And like I'm the same way, but like, and she's like, that's why I love like investigating with her. She's so thorough. Like we were like in the darkest, like we are actually investigating in the ritual room for the Freemasons Hall. And like we're probably 100 yards away from each other because it's just that big and there's no windows in there. And Cathy's like, I just coughed, and I'm like, okay, like but in my like 360, like I don't know, like I'm just sitting here, I'm like, what was that? And she's like, that was me. Like, so she's very thorough with everything that she does. I love that about her.
Absolutely. I say I'm a paranormal snob because I'm like,
you are.
Stop talking. Turn off your flashlights. Who's whispering? I'm doing an EVP session.
Who did put it on airplane mode? Put it on airplane mode now.
I'm an airplane mode smog. I'm like, no, you don't know. Like that can, if you have walkie-talkies, that could definitely like be an issue. So we need to turn that off.
If I have to have my cell phone, it has to be airplane mode. If I don't have to have it, it's in the car.
Okay, fair. Yes, because why would we need interruptions?
Right. Now, I mean, like I said, every now and then I'll use the Necrophonics app,
Okay, I have to ask you. I was about to ask you about this. This is funny. Okay, how do you feel about this? You have a love-hate, don't you? You have a love-hate relationship with this.
I don't know. You're talking about Necrophonics?
How yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. I'm talking about this.
I'm sitting there sometimes and it's like, is my brain still trying to form the word and in it, or is it really doing it? Because it does the same thing almost everywhere, but there are sometimes it is legitly something coming through. So I do feel that no matter what it is still, it can be manipulated. It's just, is it manipulated as much as
people make it
sometimes?
Yeah.
Right.
No, I have the same experience. That's why I was asking you. So when we were in the Dillinger cell at this prison, we were using that and we were doing like the headphones and blindfold, and it was literally, I'm not going to repeat the words because I don't know who's listening, but I had a 19-year-old, like we were actually investigating with a high school group too. And some of the words, like I was embarrassed to say, like I literally was just like, but like, I was like, I've had this app and I've never heard this. Like I've used this app at the Bell Mansion. I've used this here and there. But sometimes you get those things where it's just like, I'm literally hearing this, but somebody also had this app only on a cell phone that had nothing to do with like, it was just used for that. It was just a cell phone for that, nothing else.
And I've had cell phones literally be sitting there and all of a sudden take pictures by itself for no reason, wasn't even on camera, but it's like, so yes, I think anything that's electronics can be manipulated.
I agree.
So it's just for us to figure out, and the more you use it, I think the more you do figure out, okay, no, that was just this or that was just that. But yeah, I mean, now during sensory, now where it comes, like Brad's saying, where you get direct responses, because he says he's got good responses. When you're doing sensory and you're coming up with the same thing that answering the question that was asked, that's where it starts validating itself.
Right.
True.
And I saw like Destination Fear, like recently. I like follow all these shows besides a couple of them. They were actually like, hey, if like with the Ovilus, like if I'm going to write down this word and if you could repeat this word, then I know you're real.
I've never tried that.
Yeah.
Used it a few times, the Ovilus.
Oh, hold on. No, you can't hide him. You can't hide him. We're not allowed to hide kids.
Come here, she wants to see you now.
Oh, I was like, what?
Yeah, I didn't even know.
Taylor's ghost was behind me.
Those crazy over kids.
We are not allowed to hide kids that sneak into the room.
And puppies in the
Yeah, and puppies.
Brad said something about Necrophonics. Like,
I think it was this one right here.
Yeah,
More
it's a
Brad.
good app, but it's also those things like, you hear things about apps and phones. Like, would I trust the app for an EMF detector? No, absolutely not. Like, you have that, like, you get those apps that are like, I will like do this and that, and it's like stuff that like obviously that would not work. But then you have this app that is now going to act like a word scrambler. Like, I don't. It's really hard to believe in those things. And like I've used that app, like I said before, I work at General Motors. I put that app on before, and we were just listening to it go. And you're thinking like, oh, here we go.
Yep.
Yes. Yes. No, but we were like listening to it, and you would think all the electronics in that place would cause like some kind of interference where it would just be like more jumbled up. And then there's been places I've been at like Bell Mansion, and it sounds that jumbled up as well. So, but then I get, yeah.
No, Brad, no. Don't use that.
Okay, we ignore Brad 90% of the time, so just ignore Brad.
Okay. No, we're not using that. I'm like, what's going on over here?
He's bringing up. Okay, so I'm just gonna say this quickly. He's bringing up because I told this. There was actually an investigation I went to 10 years ago at Bobby Mackey's Music World.
You've been there?
Yeah, I've been there. Although
my brother-in-law plays there all the time, and I still, because my family's from
really
Cincinnati, and they go there, and I'm like, I still haven't been there. And he's like, there's no well. There's no well.
It was with an old team of mine that we kind of disbanded since this. This was like 2012. It was and not the one that's in Prague. I mean, not the one that's here today. It was the group Midnight Paranormal Society, and we did a investigation at Bobby Mackey's, and I even knew back then one of the investigators brought a friend of theirs with, and we were doing a session, but I didn't realize she was using the Ghost Radar app. And I just she really thought she was getting legitimate responses. And I just wanted to just really go up to her and say, you're not really getting anything, right? It's just, you're getting fake answers. Looking back, I should have said something.
I was investigating with this dude one time, and he had downloaded some app, and he'd asked a question like, I'm just going to say something. I don't remember what he asked. Where are you? And it would be like, I am such and such. But it was like almost every question he asked, it would change what he would say, kind of like answer him back, but find a way to answer it. Well, then I started going, okay, this is too much. And whenever I never understood what too much evidence is a bad thing. Sometimes I didn't understand that until that moment, because I'm going, this is too good. And so then I started asking like stupid questions, and it did the same thing. So it was like almost like it was listening to what you said and turning it around just the right way to answer the question without really answering it. And because I know, like when we were Jeremy, I think I told you this, when we were filming, we got so much more evidence than the film that was in the film. But we were told it's too much evidence. It will make it look bad.
What?
And I didn't understand that. No, it really, if you think about it,
right.
If you're not sitting in that, how many times has someone said, oh, I got this, I got this, I got this, and I got this. It's one location. You're like, okay, something else was triggering.
I would rather
I've got Echovox. I don't like it because I can't figure the darn thing out.
I know it's hard to use, but
I stay away from phone apps. I don't believe in them.
I do too. I feel like I'm the same way. So so here's this is where Necro whatever.
Necrophilia.
Okay.
Almost said
Think of necrophilia. Hold on. I got you, Tiffany.
And
Tiffany, I got you.
For our anniversary. And so I didn't know Tina and Charlie were actually not evolved at this point in there. Like I've been there like 9 times at this point. This is like my 9th time. And I show up, and this guy was a tour guide there, and he actually decided to join us in our like investigation. I don't care. Like, I'm the more the merrier. I don't care. Like, 2 people to like 100,000 square foot building, we're good. Like, I'm fine. Like, if you want to come up and investigate with us, you're probably bored out of your mind. Come up. But he had this app and he hooked it up to a speaker and he was blaring like 1920s music and then like this and like was getting responses.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, like my husband, he's like one of those people that will like venture with me. But does he really believe? He thinks I'm fucking crazy. Oh, excuse my language. He's like, shadow people. What are you like thinking? Like I don't know. Until this time, something grabbed him, and he was like, "What? No, I'm not going to answer the question.
It was
I'm not. But like, Ernie was not there.
No.
But like, I just was not like my husband turned white and he was just like, something just grabbed me. And I was like, you know what, maybe this app. And then some, and it also said behind you at the same time that something grabbed him. And I was like, maybe this app might be something legit. But at the same time, I have a hard time believing there. You get really good responses, I feel like, but also your phone listens to you. Like I can sit here and tell you about a tent. And my phone's already researching tents.
Yep.
And it's going to send it in my Facebook apps. Like we're looking for tents now. So I just have a hard time with apps for that sense. Like
I do believe in music during investigation. Find the time period.
There's awesomeness.
Music is a universal language.
Right. And it's a good trigger too. Like, I mean, you're going into like a tuberculosis hospital, 1920s. That was awesome. Like, I love that experience I had. But also like the idea that like maybe this app, I don't know. It was just, there's that coincidence. Like maybe you said like, oh, it said like, look here. And then there's too many coincidences in this. But is it listening?
Now, I will
listening to us.
I will tell you a way to remember necrophonics.
Never.
Just think of
I did have an airplane, Brad, just so you know.
You'll never forget this. Necrophilia.
No,
and then your phonics.
I really thought someone was going to make a joke about that.
Now you can't forget it, can you?
No. What?
So, now you won't be able to forget it. Necrophilia.
Oh, no.
All I can think of.
Well,
don't say it wrong.
Don't forget there's also
and I'm like, maybe not say that word. And then I'm like,
the whole word. Just stop
Eileen, there's also that other similar term, necromancy.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's like bringing back the dead.
Brad, you are now spelling your red room secrets.
I forgot to tell y'all my husband's dead.
The red room of pain.
Wait, what was that, Eileen?
I forgot to tell y'all my husband's really dead.
With.
Oh. What's up, Sean? Good to see you.
I would say too, that's another way that Tiffany and I investigate very differently because my
necros.
No necrophilia or anything like that.
What are you trying to say, Cathy? No.
Oh, I'm spilling the beans now. What else? No, kidding.
Oh my God! I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm pretty sure there's an app for necrophilia too.
Oh my gosh!
I'm gonna go look that up.
I did. Okay, so wait a minute before you say anything, I just want to be like, okay, so I did see somebody actually selling body parts. I heard this on a podcast. It was a funeral home that was actually selling body parts. They were like claiming that they were burying your loved ones, and then but like selling things for like, I don't know.
Oh, that's awful.
Chicken bones for wind chimes. That is definitely something. I'm like over here.
50% off for necrophilia, Brad.
Yeah. Well, no. Okay. So that's definitely like hoodoo. Hoodoo is a lot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now there's a joke in my family with H.H. Holmes.
Another Chicago story.
Do what?
It's another Chicago story about, with him, because what he did was over here.
Yeah, we all joke about H.H. Holmes in our family. But go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Cathy. Tell us your little.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it doesn't really matter now, but okay. No, no, I was just gonna say, I'm just kidding. I'm not really that big into the equipment. I like to just sit in a dark place very quietly, just acclimate for like 15 minutes. And then I just use my audio recorder with headphones. And I like to just see what I can find or see what I can see once my eyes get acclimated. And that's kind of my favorite way to do it. But I did get a thermal imaging camera for Christmas. So I'm really excited.
You didn't tell me this.
I did. I'm excited.
What kind did you get?
A FLIR.
See,
that's what I got.
You get.
I have that too.
I might help me figure out how to use it.
Is it an actual?
Is it
an adapter for your phone?
Was it the one that you connect to your phone or the actual camera itself?
I have the actual handheld camera that you can take stills and then you can send it.
Yeah. Is it blue? Is it like blue and black?
Huh? I don't know.
Actually goes into different colors, believe it or not.
Well, no, I'm saying like the actual outer case. I think we might have the same thing, Cathy.
You could switch it to different modes, but yeah, the one I have is the one you connect to your phone and you download an app for it. But yeah, you could switch it to different colors. It's not just specifically like that.
I have the where you like snap.
See, I don't like this one.
Yeah.
I don't like this one. It's a FLIR, but I don't like it because it keeps calibrating. And then when you're sitting in the dark and you're doing EVPs, you can hear the.
Yeah, I have that. The blue one. Yes.
I don't think mine does. Well, I used it once.
That's what I have.
Hey guys, really quickly. I just
like that,
Guys, I just decided to look up the apps.
That's mine.
Oh, that's what you have, Jeremy. Okay.
Yeah, that's I said the blue one. I have that one.
Take still pictures, but it won't take video.
Oh,
yeah.
Hers is better than Jeremy.
What's that?
Hey, I just wanted to tell you guys this. I looked up to see if there was a name of that nature on the phone on apps. I didn't find necrophilia, but I did find another app that was called Necrophone.
Oh, okay.
Nick, don't do it. It's a trick.
By the way, the two guys on here, y'all are in trouble.
Who, me?
What?
Y'all didn't even notice.
Oh,
I went blind.
Oh, yeah.
You look
Jeremy
gorgeous.
didn't know-
that looks
Jeremy
great.
didn't know
That's
that.
what they're supposed to be saying instead of, oh, yeah.
I don't know. I never remember until today.
It's not
Jeremy,
like
you-
gray
so
anymore.
blonde.
It's not brown and gray.
Jeremy, you knew about this?
Embrace the gray. Gray is awesome.
Yeah, not my gray.
I still got very
There's
dark
difference
hair.
in grays.
You'll never see
Sorry.
mine.
I had to get on to the guys. I hadn't picked on them tonight.
She did the gray be gone.
Kathy is definitely limited. Like she just, when we investigate, she's like, I'm the one. I don't like using a lot of gadgets. I mean, we have everything. We have like, okay, so like I call them the creepy devices. My husband will not get into investigating until he had the SLS and the Ovilus. The Ovilus, when it talks to you, it sounds so creepy. Like, why do we need this? Like, I don't need something to be like, burr, 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 and then you're like, what did you just say? And then
How
the
long have you
SLS.
had your
like,
Ovilus?
what?
How long
The
have you had
5, I think.
Oh, see, I can't find one. I want one, but I can't find it.
He like literally was not into investigating. Oh, yes. He's like, I just bought the $600 Ovilus, and I was like, good for you.
My car.
Investigate. Like I thought he was gonna. This thing had. Okay, so what's that?
That's his
This is something that Brad had made through a 3D printer. It's basically designed. It actually has. You know what? I almost forgot. It does have the my FLIR camera attached to it because
that's cool.
We were talking originally at one point about the FLIR camera that I had, but the problem is the only problem I have with this camera is when you attach it to your phone, you have to basically it cannot fit into your phone case. You basically have to take your entire phone case off to have it connected. And of course, that places your phone at risk because one drop, especially if it's a building that has like concrete floors, that's the end of your phone. Yeah. So he put this device together as a holder, so that way not only does it hold the camera, but it would also hold my phone as well. So now I could be like held in a much safer position, so I don't have that risk of dropping and basically destroying my phone.
That's awesome.
That's another reason why you should have something like this.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. I was like,
I'm kind of like Teffany and Cathy. I've got like
as
a
well.
bunch of equipment, but when the night actually starts, I'll charge it. I'll have the batteries all changed, and I'll walk around with maybe 2 or 3 pieces of equipment, if that. And I've got like a whole backpack full.
Yeah. I can't keep up. Like Mike is like, that's the only way I got my husband Mike into this, was like he wants like every kind of equipment. We have the SLS, creeps me out. I have a Boo Bear, which is the creepiest thing I've ever bought in my life. Does anybody have the Boo Bear? Can we talk about this?
I've been trying to get one.
I gave someone a Boo Bear once.
Hey, Mikey, you finally are showing up. Good to see you.
This is Boozy.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Oh, I love the Ghostbusters logo on it. That's awesome. I love it on the bottom of his foot. Yeah.
Well, no, it's just like Boo Bear. It's like, hi, do you want to be friends? Let's count to 3. 1,
Boozy
2,
is
3.
a REM pod.
Yeah, it's all of that, but it's just creepy. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, digital.
What's everybody's favorite?
It's over $1,200 now. Oh my God!
Holy crap, Rich! Christmas is over. But you forgot to get me something for Christmas.
Okay, so my question is what's everybody's favorite piece of equipment to use in an investigation? It has to be a piece of equipment, not like you're like, I know what I'm going into kind of thing. Like, what is your favorite piece of equipment?
Slimer.
Real quick, that's fellow Things member Scott Smith. Also,
Scott. Okay.
Yeah.
Also creepy. I agree. Dolls are very creepy.
So, what's our favorite piece of equipment?
Yes.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Something that if you're going to go into you're going into the most like wanted investigation that you're doing of the year, what can you not go without?
Dog whistle.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say dog whistle.
Why?
Yes, explain.
Please explain.
The dog whistle has a tendency to rile things up.
Okay.
Because they don't, depending on the pitch of the dog whistle, they don't like it. They will either get aggressive with you or they will flee the area.
Oh,
okay.
It's something that I've been experimenting with for the last 3 years.
Interesting.
That's something Jeremy's taught me, so I've also been using it too.
Voice recorder. I agree with Brad.
Go ahead, Nick. What's yours?
See, when it comes, I mean, I have a lot of the equipment, but among what I usually like using, it's actually a lot more of the older type of techniques. So like dowsing rods, crystals, pendulums, and this is kind of an old-fashioned thing. But I know some people say it's also new. I'm still learning how to use this, but I also have a Simon Says.
Yes.
Oh, that's way cooler.
And this is one of the original ones from the 70s. So it has more of the I had a different one before. It was like the modern one, but the problem is that it only had 2 buttons and you couldn't really have it, under your controls. So I had to go back and get one of the original Simon Says.
Now, Nick, I did buy one when you said it, but I have not had a chance to use it yet.
I haven't really had a chance to use it either. Well, like I said, I didn't go on very many investigations last year as I was hoping to. So because of that, even though I bought this, I never really had the chance. But this year is going to change where I'm going to definitely be making use out of this.
His one that he hasn't mentioned gave us our best result last year. And that is an old-fashioned tape recorder.
Yes, the tape recorder. You know what? Hang on.
And you're not allowed to say old-fashioned, Jeremy.
It is old-fashioned.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, and the result that we got out of it is not the kind that you would expect.
Oh my God! And even still to this day, I'm still reviewing the audio. And I think what I have to do though when I review it is, unfortunately, this is not, considering it's old-fashioned. It doesn't have the timer on it, so I literally have to start off right from I have to keep an eye on the clock whenever I'm reviewing, so I know exactly when the stuff was picked up.
We were on location. Are you familiar with Wildwood Sanitarium?
Yes.
We were there back in. We were there back in. Yeah, exactly. We were there back in June, and we were actually doing a tour of the place on this show. And Adrian, the one who's not here tonight, was the one who was hosting while Nick and I were doing the touring. And we were sitting inside, and he was fumbling around with that thing. And then all of a sudden, he got it to turn on, and the volume was full blast.
Oh.
That boy jumped 20 feet in the air.
I can see that.
I was gonna say, do you have that clip, Jeremy?
I have like some of the best. Like when I first started investigating, it was in the forest, and it was with one of the old ones that do not take time at all. And I still actually have it to this day. It sounds like a little girl that like comes on and it says, "Come out here, there's children out here." And it was like Okefenokee, Indiana, like total like forest where people are talking about little girls getting murdered. I was like, nope. And I was like, because of that clip, I never actually investigated for years because I was so terrified. I was like, I don't want to know anymore. Like, but
I got ready to show you.
Oh my God. Already laughing already about it. Oh my
9
God.
minutes.
That was a good
So
moment.
the first part of the show will air at 8 and stop at 9:29. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry about that, guys. I'm sorry, Jeremy.
Out of my skin.
9 minutes. So the first part of the show will air at 8 and stop at 9:29. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry about that, guys. I'm sorry, Jeremy.
I jumped out of my skin.
I thought I had it all the way to that was my it's a new tool I got, guys. It's a old-fashioned tape recorder. I thought I had it played, right from the beginning, and somehow I accidentally left it in the middle of it.
So that right there, ladies and gentlemen, tells you anything can happen on a live show.
Yeah. It does work though.
Yep, it works. Everybody knows that now.
Everybody knows that now. I love it. Bloopers. They're my favorite.
That was back that long ago already.
That was one of my favorite moments from last year.
okay.
That was
so
awesome.
We have the voice read or the tape. Like, where were we? Eileen, was it you? What's your favorite tool?
I can't say like anything doing with my body or things.
No, it has to be actual equipment.
I'm gonna take out EVP. It would probably have to be Boozy. Because Boozy does dual, kind of like the Boo Bear. It's a REM pod. And it could be a trick. Boozy doesn't talk, thankfully. He's just my friend Donald made them for me, and he just took the teddy bear and put a REM pod inside it.
Okay.
So between that and cat balls.
Okay.
Cat balls are good too. Yeah, I got those.
Well, audio, EVP is also my favorite. But one thing I'll say is doing a flashlight session, when those things work, it's cool as HE double hockey sticks. Right. I'll tell you, we were at Trans Allegheny and we were in the like the auditorium area where they had a stage. And I put out my my flashlight and then I played old fashioned music. And I think I played some, I can't remember what it was called, but I just remember I asked if this person wanted us to play music, and it answered like you would expect. But then my flashlight started strobing to the music, to the beat. And I was shocked. And then the song stopped and my flashlight went off. And then I said, would you like another song? Yes. Okay. Played another song and it started strobing again. And they weren't anywhere near each other. It has never happened again, but it was one of the coolest things I think I've ever seen.
Now I'll ask you, when you do the flashlight, how many flashlights do you use?
I have 3 of them.
Okay.
So I put them in different places. And they're so hard to get just right. And it's
that's why I don't use it that much.
It rarely works for me, but this was one of the only times that I feel like it was really authentic because I can't explain why it would strobe to the sound of my cell phone.
Now, throughout the years, I've lost them because, you always leave something behind somewhere or someone picks it up. I used to use three different color. They were like the mag lights, the smaller mag lights,
the little thin ones.
And what I love is when you say turn the blue one on, the blue one turns on. Turn the red one on.
That's a good idea.
Let's do that.
There's a piece of equipment that it does have that. It's not a REM pod, but it's something else I recently discovered on eBay, which a lot of people are saying it's working. I mean, it's not terribly expensive either. It's like I think only about $150.
Oh, not terribly expensive.
Compared to the REM pod, the REM pod now is like.
Yeah,
I remember REM pod came out, it was like 150 now, like depending on what you're buying.
We make our own now.
This new piece of equipment, I can't remember. I don't remember what the name of it was, but it does kind of display that type of behavior with different colored lights, but not the same way with as the REM pod does it.
Now I am creating a REM pod, and I'm not saying exactly. No, I'm picking Brad. I was going to pick on you, but I do want to do it to where. Because I want to do I'm doing a music box where you can change the music.
I want one of those. Is it worth it?
My son makes them.
Really?
And so
buy one from your son.
Well, actually, the funny thing is, let me rephrase that. He has made one, but he gave it to my friend Donald with Southern Paranormal. Yeah. So I'm like, okay, well, here's one for mine. I haven't gotten one.
Well, if he decides to sell them, I would like to buy a kind of local.
That's why you love Donald more now.
The way we do it is so that you can change the music. You can download different music based on what location you go to.
Right.
And they're so easy to make, by the way. But anyway,
they're so creepy too. Like the music that's in that, like I feel like they make these gadgets like super creepy. Like,
I do too. But I want to make it
Obviously,
Brad's made some for us.
Like the voice on the Ovilus. Like actually, if somebody said my name on the Ovilus, I'd be like, oh, okay. No, this Ovilus sounds like it is like in Jupiter.
Like, the one thing I'm trying to make him do once he makes my original one is I want it to be on 3 different sides. I can't really do the 4th side because that's where you're sitting, but at least 3 sides so you can catch shadows on all 3 sides.
Where it's coming from.
Mm-hmm. But not where you're sitting. But have it to where it shines a different light depending on what you have. Not only play music, but shine a light.
Yeah.
The piece of equipment that Brad did for me, he put in a real creepy version of Ring Around the Rosie on it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And the one that he made for me, he asked me by request. For me, I have the Exorcist theme song on it.
Oh, nice.
Tubular Bells.
Okay, so somebody I met, I wonder if Brad did like this guy's thing. Because I had somebody that actually went with me to Old Crown Point, like prison, and they had like, what is it, the Haunted Mansion from Disney. Mm-hmm. So it would play that, the actual song for that. And I was like, okay, cool. That's
now
good.
You mentioned Bell Mansion. Do y'all ever go investigate with Ricky Heller?
Ricky,
I've actually worked at the Bell Mansion, kind of. My business originally was like actually there. So I was the first private investigation at the Bell Mansion.
That's cool.
So I'm going to send Jeremy a picture.
Very, very cool. What?
I'm going to send Jeremy a picture of something that Ricky sent me because, they have the paintings at the Bell Mansion.
Yeah.
And I want to get your thoughts on it because I try to get Ricky to buy it for me, but he wouldn't.
Is it like the fortune teller?
I'm gonna hold on. Let me find it.
Okay, all right.
Here we go.
Oh, Teffany,
I was actually hanging out with Ricky at the Michigan. I was at the Michigan Paracon last year, so yeah, I was.
We didn't run into you.
He was looking for me, and I hung out with him the entire time, and that was my first time ever going to Michigan Paracon. I'm hoping to be back with that one. That was so awesome.
It's a good one.
It was actually really fun.
You said you guys were there?
Yeah, we were both there, but like it was like I
gotta ask that. Did you remember? Were you guys at the after party? Like when it was over. Were
Which
you guys
one?
there? It was. I think
it was after party.
There were multiple.
It was the Friday night one. If you remember, there was someone who was singing a cover of the song Metallica. That was me.
Oh, I remember you. No, you weren't too far.
That was me.
Hey, Cathy, he wasn't too far when Brian Cano was playing or singing.
I don't even remember, but he did like a cameo.
Bohemian Rhapsody. Yeah. I have a video of.
I think you're
Brian
in it,
Cano
probably.
was, like,
I'm now
no,
remembering.
that wasn't too far. I remember you now. Okay, I knew your face looked very familiar, and I wasn't sure where I knew you from.
The one thing I probably don't.
That was Saturday night.
I have the vest too. I'm not wearing my vest, so you would remember me immediately.
He's got a definitely pronounced vest.
Here, hold on a second.
Next time, I was going to say
we're getting the vest out.
So,
this is
Jeremy, while he's getting that. Here yes. It's already downstairs.
No, I remember this.
I'm going to find a picture.
Yeah. Well, now, are you going to the next Paracon for Michigan?
I'm hoping to, because we were actually, I know guests, like the vendors were allowed to at least bring like 1 or 2 people with.
Yeah.
And we were actually with Mary Marshall, because not only was she from the Chicago area too, she was taking part in the event itself. So both my dad and I, because my dad's also a good friend of hers, we drove her all the way up to Michigan, and still have shut up, Brad, shut up. But yeah, we were working with Mary for it, so that's how we were able to gain access into the Michigan Paracon without having to pay the full price of getting in. So I'm hoping to head back, because I love the Michigan.
It was a good experience. Like, I was
so
nervous.
awesome. And what's funny too is the night before everybody left, it was that was the last night. That was when I performed karaoke. I did one more. I actually did one more song. Unfortunately, it wasn't recorded, but I was actually the very last one to perform. It was a cover of it was a cover of itself by of Zombie by the Cranberries. It was sung by it was a cover of Bad Wolf that covered the original song. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
And you didn't do karaoke with us in Kansas. Well, how
you
rude.
guys never told me that you guys were doing that. I went back
Cathy,
to my hotel.
Next year we're karaoke. You better get
Jeremy
karaoke game on.
There's not enough alcohol on earth for me to do that.
Look, I karaoke did a work event the other day, and it was I did Ice Ice Baby.
Yes.
You should come to Michigan Paracon.
No, I would probably do that. Yeah.
My favorite karaoke song is Warren G. Regulate.
I think people enjoyed my Ice Ice Baby though.
Got Eileen's picture ready here, so Eileen, why don't you set this up for us?
So I want y'all to tell me who this looks like in the picture. And I'll tell you when once he pulls it up, I'll tell you what Ricky said to me when he sent this to me.
This ought to be good.
In the background.
That's scary.
Can I tell you something cool?
What's up, Carl?
So that pink room is where I'm pretty sure that's the room that I used to run my business out of. But that painting I've never seen before. So that has paintings in that room.
It just got in there. It's been sold now. It's one of the paintings they were selling. Ricky, shut up, bro. Ricky sent that to me saying it reminded him of me, and then he goes out. He finally gets to investigate with me.
Aww. It's a cute picture. I'm guessing that picture is actually
picture
from the same artist.
But I want to know because it is, it's not identical, but it does have some of the same resemblances. So I was wanting to know who
Okay, so the art I can find out for you. I know the owners very well.
I want to know who the person who sat in for the photo was.
Okay, well so this looks like the paintings that are downstairs, and they've been raffling off the paintings downstairs. There's a couple of these paintings that are really phenomenal. Like one of them is like a girl like over a crystal ball and this and that. But I can ask Angie and Nick, like they would easily answer this question because they support local people, and this has to be a local artist.
Yeah. And see, this is hard to tell, so I'm gonna stop my camera. I'm thinking my other photo might be
picture-esque.
Hold on, you still can't see it.
Okay, I'm gonna take a picture. Actually, yeah. Here, hang on. Do not change this, and I'll ask.
And whoever sings now, he does have a point. Eileen's popping up everywhere to scare everyone.
They're still scared.
But that is kind of cool. Okay. Like that wasn't. I feel like that was in the room that I was in when I worked with, like when I had my business there, and that wasn't there. And which kind of tells me that might be the artist that actually has multiple paintings there, and she's great. But I think they're raffling off a lot of those.
But yeah, it's not like a spitting image. It's not like identical, but it's enough that makes me want to go.
Okay, so what's related? Yeah. What's different about this person is that she actually, if I remember, I could be completely wrong, so don't completely quote me on this. This woman uses a lot of the same person in all of her paintings, and somebody that she knows locally. If I'm correct, I could be wrong, but I'll ask.
Because I'm of Hollingsworth gene line, so there's Hollingsworths everywhere. And so that's why I was like, I just wonder if there's a relation somewhere. Because it is just enough that you're like,
I will find out for you.
Really? Well, there's a painting that I saw in a place over in Pennsylvania that looked like a friend of mine down in Kentucky. I took a picture of it, sent it to her. It's a spitting image of her.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Reincarnation.
It's better than the doppelganger that I found one time.
Like, don't get me started.
Yeah. Have y'all ever seen, like, quote unquote, your doppelganger on anything?
I have.
Not yet. Soon, one day soon it will happen, but just not yet.
I have 30 years ago in a picture.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep. It was in Arizona.
Mine was, I got a phone call, and I think I told the guys this. I was sitting at home one day, and my friend calls me and says, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm sitting here with my kids," and my kids were younger. She goes, "I need you to get up here to Romantic Adventures," which is a porn store. I'm like, I've got little kids. I cannot get up to. She goes, "My husband's outside. Just leave the kids with him. You need to get up here." I'm like, "Why are you trying to like get me to go?" It's like 5 miles down the road, whatever. But so I get there, I walk in, like, and everybody, and shut up, Donald, I know what you're fixing to say, but everybody, Paul's that's at the cash register is like, "Oh my gosh, it looks like her. It looks like her." I'm like, "What are y'all talking about?" They showed me this video, and now it's not the video, but the video cover. I had to look at the photo like 12 times to make sure it wasn't like college days or something.
Oh my gosh!
I can't believe I'm about to ask this. Is that porn shop still there down the street from you?
It is still there.
Do they still think you look like?
They want it.
Do they still have it?
The video, of course. I had to buy the video just to make sure it was no college, days. And so, but once you started playing the video, it looked nothing like me. It was just the cover. I was like, I showed it to my husband. He's like, "Wait a second." I mean, he was trying to be. So at least your doppelganger wasn't on a porn video.
Imagine something like that happened up here in Fort Wayne.
We got them all. Where I play darts, there's one right next door to us, literally in the same parking lot.
Awesome.
That's quite an interesting area to live in, next to these porn shops.
It's just the porn shop, the liquor store, then the church. I mean, come on.
You know what you should have asked? Because I'm sure they probably would have had it. That new video involving necrophilia was probably available.
That was probably what I should have watching. Oh, Teffany. Actually, Donald, that's what they wanted me to do was do autographs.
You should have done signings.
Where's Teffany?
There's no
here, but it says device is not connected. Oh wait, she's back. Here we go. Wait. There we go.
I'm talking porn and she leaves. What's up?
Buy copies, autograph of it. So,
but that's what they wanted me to do. They's like, "I wonder if you can come up here and autograph it. They won't know your real name, and you can really sign your real name."
No. Unless they're paying lots of money.
No, I was gonna say,
you can make some money off of it.
Yeah,
right.
There's no shame.
No shame how you make that money.
No.
Hey, like I said, that new necrophilia video would probably do really good in the business.
I'm not going to forget that anytime soon.
We'll film Jeremy and Nick. How's that?
Whoa.
I never felt so dirtier. I can't wait till Mike like pulls up this app. I'm like, is that the nephrophiliac app?
You'll be leading a public investigation. Like, yes, and we use necrophilia. No, I mean necrophonics.
Well, no, I mean, come on, it could be the new dating app.
A new dating app.
Right. It's so hard not to say it.
All the men are dead.
It's so fun. It has like a ring to the tongue, like you're like blah 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 blah. Nephrophilia. Why not?
Told you will never forget it now.
Funny story. I always told Mike if I ever left him, I would leave him for like a 200-year-old pirate ghost. Because I saw
Blackbeard.
I saw some girl like get married in like the Caribbean, so like a pirate ghost. I was like, that sounds legit. Like you get a pirate ship. I don't know what else to inherit. Like,
can I be your bridesmaid?
Love is love.
No, you seriously look this up. Like there is like a 200-year, or there's a woman that claimed that she married her love of her life, which is a 200-year-old pirate that owns a what pirate? He's like, he owns a ship. It's like awesome. And then they just got a divorce.
Yeah.
That's what Brad just said.
She already divorced ago. See, I told you. Like she just got divorced. I was like, like 200
must
years.
have had quite the affair, I guess. Maybe must definitely had him in necrophilia then.
Oh yeah, right.
And I also would have married a ghost too, because I imagine they wouldn't talk unless we have an ovule or something like I don't know.
Yeah. But they can't give you their paycheck though.
Yeah.
Or clean.
Yeah. I do want to know, why do ghosts not clean?
Yeah, why? Okay, wait a minute. Jill said he cheated on her.
Well, then I'm right then.
No, she's probably right. Like I was following this until the point where I realized, like, how do I leave my husband for 200 years? I'm just Mike's probably like,
didn't she pay it in like those little balls you put in the kids' rooms of the ghosts for their spirit cat balls and the teddy bears they leave around? That's how you pay.
Oh, I would pay in boo bears. I'm like, here's my $300 boo bear that I don't like. It's creepy.
Are they that much now?
Yeah,
they are. It's ridiculous.
There's like some that are like the largest one like they have is like $350.
I got an idea. You ready for this? We buy the bears on Valentine's Day at Costco that are like 15 feet.
Yeah.
We'll call it a no bear. And then we put stuff in it. Like one arm is an EMF. The other one is
thank you, Donald. Between Donald and Brad, they can make it do whatever. Because like I said, Donald Martin that's on here is the one that made Boozy. Brad makes stuff. We got some stuff on, but we need to get royalty.
And it can make coffee too.
Ooh, Starbucks. You go to Starbucks.
A bear would be
that's more for Jill.
With bacon grease. No.
I wonder if they can make a bacon grease
right back around.
I wonder if they can make a bacon grease latte.
She's all for it.
I'm sure it'd be good.
Well, they do make the bacon donuts, so why not?
Yeah, well, bacon and chocolate. You got your sweet and your salty.
There you go.
Savory.
With a little caramel.
Maybe.
See, we got this, girls.
Yeah.
Oh, see,
we should make a ghost like cooking show.
Oh my God, Jeremy, you take it away because.
Not touching that.
Okay, wait a minute. Now I'm curious because now, like, besides Cathy, I know Cathy very well. What's your guys' favorite place to investigate? Like your favorite top place?
Jeremy?
It's got to be the temple. The Masonic Temple in Salina, Kansas.
Okay, all right.
Nick?
It's kind of hard to say because I'm like thinking of 3 different locations I really enjoy.
What is the 3? Who cares? What's your favorite thing?
One of them is Crown Point Jail.
That's
you've been there.
What was that, Jeremy?
That's his second favorite.
That's the second favorite. Okay.
You've been to Crown Point Jail.
Yeah, Crown Point Jail.
Me and you need to talk. We need to talk personally. I need to know you investigate.
jail.
What's that?
I said, me and you need to talk personally. That's like, I want to know what what has happened there for you.
Well, Jeremy's been there too, so.
Tiffany,
Okay, well then we need to talk because I had some.
Wait.
I want to say stuff like that.
Jeremy's trying to tell you something involving the jail.
Oh.
I got locked up in that jail.
Oh yeah,
What?
he actually did get locked up.
No,
Okay.
where?
Oh, that's terrifying.
Hang on. No,
Like really? Like real life? Before
Yeah.
it was in jail? Or it was in jail? It was in jail?
Hold
No,
on.
years
Hold
ago.
on. I'm already ahead of you. I'm looking for those pictures right now.
Uh-oh.
So you said you had 3. You gave us 2. What was?
So
the-
yeah, no, I only gave
So
you
you
guys
only
one.
gave us
He
1.
gave us one.
I'm
Yeah,
about to say,
so
I
the other
can't
two-
count.
as
I'm
I'm
from Mississippi.
as I'm looking for as I'm looking for it. The other 2 locations I like is Joliet Prison, which, by the way,
How dare you?
one of the very first paranormal investigators to actually
Really?
investigate Joliet Prison. It is such an awesome place. We're trying to get back
I
in there.
want to go so bad. That's like on my top list.
I mean, we're trying to get back in and try to resume the investigation. So
Okay.
if we're able to do that, just hit us up and we can probably get you guys.
I would love
inside.
to go. That's like my top list.
And then the third place is it has to be. I'm gonna have to go with the temple too at Salina, Kansas.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of other places. I mean, I even have a partial fourth one that's Wildwood Sanitarium.
I have not been there, and that's like one of my top 2. Like I would like to go there. It's between that and then Crimson. Like I was.
All right. So the damn it, where the hell do you find the it was art. No, wait, no, it's not that. I'm trying to look for the Jeremy, you might I don't know where the hell. Oh, wait a minute. What am I doing? Hang on. I got it now. So what happened was
This stuff set this up. Nick and I were there, and we were filming a team investigating there.
Yeah.
And then when they were done, one of them wanted to do another project with me, where I do a solo investigation anywhere in the building. So I chose a specific cell in Universal. I did my
Okay.
I did 15 minutes in there, and it's one of those cells that's got one of the riddles written in there.
Yeah.
I forget which riddle it is. I think it's the one where the answer is like a book.
Okay. Well, no, I think that it's like where they like did the shots for the movie, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's the middle cell, right?
it's the third cell, I think.
And yeah.
So yeah, so Sandy went to go open the door up to let me out. The
It
pull
wouldn't
broke.
open.
The pull broke and the door opened maybe about that much. So I was stuck in there for about another 10 minutes.
And you know what? I was actually just about to leave the jail because I had one of my best friends with me, Don Elmy. He does a show of his own here on this network. So he was with me, and we were actually trying to get home as soon as possible because I think what day was that on?
2 in the morning, I think.
What?
It was already about 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
I was locked in there. Everybody was panicking, trying to figure out how they were going to get me out. I'm yelling at Nick, take a picture.
I got the pic and I got it. I found it. But you know what's even funny is before that happened, he also, because at one point I needed to take a break and I had my vest I was wearing and I took it off. And little did I realize that he grabbed my vest and took a picture of it. And you know what? After what happened, I had to make this. So here, I'm going to share you guys this now. You guys you're going to love this. So there's actually 2 pictures here. So this was the first picture I put together.
Nice. Winning smile.
And then this is what happened to him when he got locked up.
Oh.
Oh,
Cute.
Yeah, I try to make myself look as pitiful as possible, and I think you got it.
And that's one thing I love about investigations is when you're with your friends and you're having fun.
Yeah.
right,
It's
right,
all
right,
about, what you're trying to find, but just stuff like that, having fun. Because I've had like Southern Paranormal, we were at this one location and we were in the male cells. And of course, what they do, they go, Eileen, go sit in the male cell by yourself. Because they were all men. I was the only female and I was, by myself. I'm with another team, but I was with them at the time. And I was like, okay, sure, why not? I'll be jailbait.
right.
I can't be jailbait for being young anymore, so let's go the other way.
If this was at a jail, Eileen, the usual term, just don't drop the soap.
Well,
Oh my gosh.
But I might want to drop the soap.
So, the first row, like when you're walking in, I don't know, like it was a lot to me. Like I've never like investigated a jail, like hospitals, yeah, jails, never. And so this was the first time, and I was a guest for a group, and like. So when you're walking into jail, like from the house, like you go into that the first block, and I think it was the block that was supposed to be for like inmates that could leave and come back. If I'm correct, I don't know. For Old Crown, and I literally like I'm super sensitive. Sometimes, not all the time. And it was like I was getting catcalled. Like I could feel things pressing against me, and then like I heard whistling, a lot of whistling. And the owner, she was like, "Yeah, that happens all the time here for girls." And these guys that were like in cell there were people that knew that they could leave during the day and come back at night, and they didn't fucking care. But yeah, that's what she told me. She was like, "These are like the diehard people that knew that they can get away with things."
Wow.
I had no idea, like going into that situation. Like as like I've never done a jail. And so also in that same jail they had like 3 cells that were female jails, like cells, right? Am I correct? For Old Crown?
Yeah, I think there wasn't there. Yeah, there wasn't it. Like they had like different sections of the jail, obviously.
What was
like
your
the
guys'
maximum
intake
security
on that?
area, the women's area, the juvenile area.
Well, the women's area, what was your guys' intake on that? Like that was kind of weird for me.
That was where what was that? The one who lived in Gary, Indiana, Jeremy.
Yeah. Yeah. Then she killed her husband, her kids. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, are you talking about the one on the first floor or the one on the second floor?
Okay, so what I was originally talking was like the first cell block where like people could leave and come back. That's where I felt like catcalled, but there is like another floor, and I'm pretty sure it's the same floor that had that open floor plan, but if you went farther back, there was 3 cells for women.
Okay, so the one for the women's on the second floor is right across from Universal.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I first started going there, they initially had that blocked up because it was a major mess.
Yeah, that's what they said. They said like they had people actually come in and clean it up. Horrible.
Yeah, they've since cleaned it up a little bit. There's still a lot back there, including they have like a really cool like a cardboard thing of a small city.
Really?
Yeah. You know how in some movies you'll see like a big table and it's got this small scale whole town laid out and everything.
Yeah.
That's sort of like what they got back there. Yeah.
That'd be cool to see.
It is. So are you familiar with Anna?
Huh?
Anna, that's what her name was. Anna.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the one that we were talking about. She actually had a family, and then like was supposedly supposed to kill like her kids too. Yes.
She poisoned her husband, and then eventually like went after her kids.
Yes.
And one of them survived.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then when she went to jail, she went to go live with that survivor, supposedly down in Florida, and then came back up here.
That was Anna Cunningham. That was her name.
Last year, couple members of my team found where she's buried, and it's not far from the jail.
Scary.
And it's kind of unsettling too, especially due to the fact that she never even really served that much time in prison like she would have, because this was still murder regardless.
Regardless,
they let her out.
One thing, but
I thought she was only in there for like 6 or so. It was very short lived.
I mean, if it's your kids, it's one thing, but I mean, she probably got off on insanity for killing her husband because you guys drive us crazy,
right?
But still, it just says that because I'm actually looking on the page right now. The status was that she was supposed to be sentenced to life in prison without parole on one of those counts. Right. So even if she was eligible, she still would have gone out of prison regardless because it was life in prison.
Right.
See, now I've investigated a couple of jails, and I do love jails. I've done the old Itala County jail that Southern Paranormal manages. It's a smaller jail, but it's very active there. And then the Old Stone Jail in Franklin, Kentucky, that's awesome. And then I don't know the name of the jail, but it's right outside of Old Park Hotel in Ballinger, Texas. It just opened up maybe a year ago for investigation, maybe 2. I can't keep up. But those 3 I've done. I've done other ones, but those are like some of the best jails. So if y'all ever in Texas or Kentucky or of course Mississippi, definitely go to those if you want to do some jails.
Reynolds?
Huh?
Is it called Reynolds?
Which one?
That jail there in Ballinger.
Heck, I don't remember. Rich, you just came back from Old Park. What's the name of the jail, or did y'all do the jail? But no, I mean, when you're in the South, some of these do not have heating and air. So if you come in the summer, don't.
Yeah. Just don't.
just don't.
Just don't.
Sorry. Okay, so speaking of, you know what? I was just looking this up, but speaking of jails and prisons, it looks like it's already in the early stages, but I think we actually may have another one of our historic prisons closing down real soon. They're only closing it just by certain sections. It's still an operating prison, but it's now today the oldest operating prison in the state of Illinois, and that's Pontiac Correctional Center. It's been in operation since 1871. Wow. And I just found out that they just closed down the medium security prison area. So if my reports are correct, obviously it's not going to be for several years. That prison could probably eventually close. And imagine the activity that probably goes there.
Yeah.
And unlike Joliet, Pontiac is in the middle of nowhere. It's out in the middle of cornfields and stuff like that. So it's nowhere. It's a few miles away from the town of Pontiac itself, but it's in the middle of nowhere.
Wow.
I'm like Nick. My favorite ones I've got multiple favorite ones. My favorite one, you can no longer investigate. It became a funeral home again, but I used to do the old Southern Funeral Home a lot in Kosciuszko, and I love that one. But it's now reopening. It's getting renovated and reopening for a funeral home again. But other than that, it would be Broken Bow Asylum out in Broken Bow, Oklahoma. That would be probably my 3rd favorite. My 2nd favorite would be a tie between Coatsworth Plantation, because like Teffany, it's the history behind it. I know.
I'm like,
I know. I saw when I said plantation, you're like, oh. But it was actually in the movie The Help, but it's extremely active. And then there's tied with that. We can no longer investigate right now, but it's an old hospital in out here, and it's there was actually a murder in the hospital and on the basement, and it's very active. But the person who used to let us in, unfortunately, bless her, she just recently passed away, and the board really doesn't want people investigating it anymore.
Yeah.
So, and then tied with third would probably be Octagon Hall in Franklin, Kentucky. It's very historical. You need to look up Octagon Hall.
Eileen, I'm really surprised that, again, like some of these places, including like, these historic prisons, I'm really surprised they haven't closed down Mississippi State Penitentiary, because I know there's a lot of history to MSP. So.
Yeah. Well, Mississippi, heck, we can't even have boiling or flushable water in certain parts of Jackson. So what do you think? I mean, they're going to just keep everything going until it literally falls down.
Yeah.
I mean, I think someone got their toilet to finally have full pressure today after it made the news after 6 months or more. I don't know when it made when it made national news that we were having a water crisis. So someone in Jackson just was able to flush their toilet for the first time without having backup water.
Okay. I know that Cathy is going to need to get going here real soon. So Cathy,
bedtime.
So before we do let you go, can you let us know one more time about the Paracon that you're putting on in Fort Wayne and how to contact you for information?
Sure. So it's Fort Wayne Paracon. It's going to be September 29th and 30th at the Freemasons Hall in downtown Fort Wayne. Some of the people that we have are Dustin Perry, Brian Cano, Chris Williams, Rochelle Stratton, Brian Murray, Shane Pittman, and several others. We have a really good lineup and also some good cause. We are actually working with Tim Miley to help him raise money for Potographs for Pooches. So proceeds for that will go to Humane Fort Wayne. So we're really excited to be able to do that again. But yes, if you want to visit our website, it's fwparacon.com. You can find Tiffany or myself on Facebook. Fort Wayne Paracon also has a Facebook page. Ask us questions. If you are interested in vending, let us know. We want to meet all of you, and we hope to see you all in September.
I'm definitely going to turn in a thing for vendor.
Oh, do it.
Thank you.
All the cool people are doing it.
Right. All the cool people are doing it. So
I can't get up there. I wish y'all the best of luck with it.
You're coming.
Yeah, Eileen, we're getting you up here.
You're coming.
I got a lot going on traveling this year that doesn't involve paranormal.
Wait, go back to that porn shop, sign some autographs, and you'll get the money.
I would make more money if I just did it myself. No, I'd probably lose money doing that.
Thank you so much for having us. It was so nice to meet all of you and to chat with you. And we'll definitely have to do it again because this was a blast.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah, we'll definitely have you back on sometime.
I appreciate that.
I love it. This is my first time doing something like this, and it was very fun and warming. So thank you.
Yeah. I'm glad we were able to be your first.
We were first.
Necrophilia. Okay.
Yeah, necrophilia. Yeah, your first experience with necrophilia too.
We'll end on that note.
I will never forget this word ever, and I will remember all of you.
You know we're gonna have to come up with.
You guys are having my dirtiest thoughts.
You know we're gonna have to come up with something before when we have you guys back on.
Yes, yeah, for sure. Whenever you're ready.
If it's inappropriate, it's totally up my alley.
We'll have something way better.
Tiffany, if you want to stay on for longer, we normally run this.
I actually can stay on for longer. I need a potty break. I
was actually fixing to go off camera for the same thing. So
you know what?
All right. Potty break and come back.
Potty break and guys talk.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you just this is how much of a noob I am. I'm
okay, you're trying to figure out, okay, you see where it says stop cam?
Yes.
Hit stop cam and mute.
There you go.
Mute.
Oh my gosh. Oh, hey.
I don't know.
Actually, Cathy, if you could hear us, you're still on. You just didn't click on leave studio.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh, Yep, she's gone. See, this is what I was talking about, Jeremy. Like with them being on break, I just thought of this. This is why it'd be awesome to have like one of my stories being played like between the break.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember Jill saying something about that too.
Yeah, about like having one of my stories playing while everyone's like taking a minute, 2 minute break. I'm still for that, to be honest. I just haven't. I mean, in fact, I actually have all the videos, so just always something to think about for future references.
Okay. And I need to get a hold of Sandy and work on a weekend for us to get back out there.
Yes, that's when I made the announcement that I really wanted to try to get on a lot, head out to a lot more investigations, obviously, and undoubtedly, Crown Point Jail is on that list.
Yeah. Yeah, we definitely can't let a year go by without going there. So, and with that, we're gonna have to invite them to go with us.
You know what? I just realized something, Jeremy. Speaking of which, I just realized this. It was now almost 10 years ago that I went to Crown Point Jail for the first time. I know it was several years prior before I met you, but that was when I was still investigating with Dave Wismer at the time. So that 10 years at Crown Point Jail.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I need to do a disclaimer, or not disclaimer. I need to do an off-subject thing.
Is it necrophilia?
No, it has nothing to do with necrophilia. So for everyone who voted for me, thank you. I find out on the 27th if by chance if I won Property Manager of the Year for my area. And so if you notice, normally I'm popping open Diet Coke left and right. This is only like my third Diet Coke all day long. And because I'm trying to fit in my formal wear, I got to fit in my formal wear. So I'm lowering on the sodas.
I first thought that was wine you were drinking.
Nope. It's in my beer mug though. Let me see.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was wine or beer.
It says I only do beer ones, but it's actually just soda. So I'm not drinking out of a can.
So she turns your camera back on and
just walks right.
Hold on, let me see. Hold on.
Looks like a burgundy.
I figured you had your recorder going, so I figured I'd give you something else.
So I have 4 cats, 2 dogs, and a bird. So I was making sure everybody was fed.
You are so my other person. I've got 3 cats, a ferret, 3 lizards, and a dog.
I used to have like 2 snakes, and then like I ended up like rehabilitating them and selling them to people that would take care of them better than me because I can't take care of a cat or a snake that needs chickens. I can't do that. I don't feel comfortable with that. But yeah. See, I love animals.
Our Beardy died early this year. My second ferret died about a month ago. At one time I had 3 ferrets, 3 cats, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lizards.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
That would be my Jeremy.
I
forgot about that one, Eileen.
This is like where I get men. I'm like, do you want to see my bald kitties? I have 2 bald kitties. I have a Sphinx and a pure bald, and I have 2 Orientals, and then I have a big Irish Wolfhound, a huge dog, and then I have a bird from Australia.
One of my cats, we call him Loki, because my female kitten or my female cat was in heat during. I told you I like the mug. My female cat was in heat, and when we were filming, and my husband went to the casino, and I'm gone filming, so I'm not home till like 3 a.m. I come home, and my kids are devastated because my cat took off. And so my husband's out looking for the cat, and he comes to my work. He goes, "I found the cat." I said, "Baby, that's a lot bigger than ours, but okay, take it home. I'll look at it when I get home." Maybe she ate more. So I get home, my cat's on the bed, and my kids are petting it. It jumps off the bed. I says, "Can someone bring me that cat back?" Remember, my cat was in heat. It's the reason it ran off. So the cat, my kid brings the cat back, I looked at my husband and said, well, if you couldn't tell by the markings and the fact this one's bigger and doesn't have crossed eyes that it wasn't our cat, maybe the balls on it should have told you it wasn't our cat. So that's how we ended up with that one, and we named it Loki.
Loki's a good one. Brad, I have a lorikeet. I have a rainbow lorikeet.
See, I can't do.
I call him Butthole.
You know, I can't do birds. They make too much noise.
He's kind of cute, like, except that so I've had him for 4 years since he was a baby, and I didn't know males actually go into a hormonal stage, and he's
They don't want to admit it, but they do.
Oh, no. He's like hormonal. Like, he's always trying to size up. Like, he like puffs up his feathers and he walks around and he's acting like a total badass like all the time. And I love him for that. But he showed his softer side this week. He actually became hormonal, and like I actually sent the breeder this like video. I'm like, what is he doing? Because he's like, beep, beep. He does that for 20 minutes, like repeatedly. And I'm like, what is he doing? He's like, he's pretending to regurgitate food and feed his kids. I was like, oh, so he wants babies. A male that wants babies. This is interesting. Like, so now he like every time I go, and it's not just male birds. Okay, all right, fine, fair. Oh, ringnecks are really cool too. They look fake. I love them. They look fake. They're like I don't know if they're fake birds to me. Like I want one. They're very smart, but they definitely look
Would
fake.
you like my German Shepherd? I'll give you my German Shepherd.
I love German Shepherds. I love every kind of animal.
He's probably about 14 months old now. But
Yeah.
we got him at like 9 months old. And he was beaten and dumped. And we found him. Someone found him on one of those Facebook pages. And so after the 6 days were up, we snatched him. And the vet said if he was chipped, they were going to call him and call the police on him because he had been beaten. He's got separation anxiety. He's got PTSD. You know, the whole 9 yards. He's a special case.
Animals don't deserve, we definitely don't deserve animals. Animals are so special.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
Yes. You guys are quiet. The guys are quiet.
I'm actually looking at something else. I'm looking at something right now that I was going to bring up, but
they know they can't get a word in edgewise.
Okay, so I have a question. If you could investigate anywhere, where would it be and why?
St. Augustine Lighthouse.
Ooh, spicy.
I've always wanted
to Ghost Hunters in that episode where like they saw that thing up there. Yeah, I would like to do that. And like a friend of mine actually who is not into investigating, his family went there and they said they don't believe in stuff like that, and they felt like really weird there. And I was like,
Yeah, that was the first time that I saw any presentation of evidence that actually sent chills down my back.
Right. No, I agree.
Which
a lot of
location is
stuff
this again?
it's really hard for me to get into shows. I don't know how to say that in a nice way.
Which location did you say, Jeremy?
I don't watch any of the shows anymore.
I like Destination Fear because I know some of the people on there, and it's fun to watch. Like, you just get people that are just out there trying to have fun and do whatever. And it's trying to be so nice right now. It's fun to see that though.
Yeah.
And I do enjoy Ghost Hunters for the simple fact that they go in there and try to debunk a lot of things. They're not like, oh yeah, it's haunted or this or that.
When you say Ghost Hunters, are you talking about the OGs or are you talking about
OGs?
No, Steve is good. Steve is real good about debunking. He will sit there for hours.
I love Steve.
I was hanging out with him at Michigan Paracon.
Me too. It was this awkward moment, and we met eye to eye, and I was like, I have a crush on you.
You know,
I told him that. He's like, what? I was like, just because like you're like as awkward as I am, I think. Like I like people, I don't like people. I like ghosts. And like I actually bought Chris Williams a shirt that said like ghosts don't scare me, people do.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what when it comes to the paranormal shows, I usually watch a lot of the older ones compared to what we have now. I mean, there's a few new ones I will sometimes watch, but I prefer a lot of the older ones. So like now it's just Ghost Hunters, but shows like Scariest Places on Earth, and I know some of those shows.
Ghost Adventures.
I used
He's
to
a
like
very
Ghost
good
Adventures
businessman. I keep saying that. That man is a good businessman.
I only like the first couple seasons of Ghost Adventures, and then
I don't like.
No matter what you think of Zach, he is a good businessman.
He is a good entertainer.
That man makes.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to be biased on this conversation before it burns me into the ground.
Well, I'm one of those people that calls him douchebaggins, to be honest.
I do this. I will not repeat what I say. Me and Nick will talk later. I might post this in there and then be like, I'll tell you.
I got Steve. I'm friends with you on Facebook.
His last name happens to like go into a different, like you can name that, like remind that with other things. We'll just say that. And
I'll just say that.
It's just like I don't like the fact that everything is haunted or everything is he's possessed, and he's there, like you said, for entertainment. And
the way I look at Ghost Adventures is when we watch these shows, we watch them as paranormal investigators. Right. So we do understand the sitting around, nothing happening, all this kind of stuff. We understand that. I look at Ghost Adventures is not for us. It is for those people who don't understand it, like for the entertainment value, but to bring people into it.
Exactly. But you also have to realize that these same people that we want to, like, for me and Cathy's like perspective, or like even you being anybody in this industry, we want to bring people into this and like educate people. And we want people to understand things that how like logistically happen. Like you have ghost hunters that are like Jason, Steve. They're like, we stay at like spots for a week.
It does.
You're not walking into a spot and be like, oh my God, I'm possessed. And it's really hard to watch that happen because it's like now people are expecting to walk into Bell Mansion, Old Crown Point, Wildwood, all these places and expect to be like phantom size almost. I don't even know if that's
that
word.
Does make
necro something. We'll just put what we're going to necro necromized. They're getting necromized.
But it's hard when you're leading a public event and you have to say, do any of y'all watch any of the paranormal shows? People raise their hand. Which ones? Right. When the people who say Ghost Adventures, you do have to bring them back down.
Right. Oh, and that's not even, I think it's not even bring them down. It's just it's so hard because Zach, there's so much things around Zach. Like I love Zach because he is, if you go into like, I don't care who you are, like as far as paranormal goes, you say Zach, everybody knows Zach.
Right. And Steve and them were gone too long for I mean, they're getting their name back in, but they're the OGs for us. Right. People who aren't in the paranormal, you can't say Steve's name and people know it unless you're in the paranormal.
I didn't know about like I grew up on Ghost Hunters, but it was like the original and like some of the originals I'm not gonna say that either. I feel like I'm going down this road. I don't care for it anymore. I feel like there's a lot of stuff that's going on with the shows. And some of it's really good. Like things that they like these shows have like customized. They're like, we need hard evidence. Like EMFs, we'll dispute those even if we have to. And then there's some shows that are being like, we're gonna use tarot cards now. And it's like for ghost hunting, like I'm not gonna name shows, but it's just like you get these ideas in your head, but at the same time, as ghost hunters, I feel like it's our jobs to
let's get rid of that.
Add more like questions, add more experiences, and we're supposed to go in there with an open mind, and we can't do that but at the same time have to do that. Like, that's what Zach does to me. Zach, I want to love, and I want to like be like, this dude is infusing.
I've heard two different things about his personality. Because I have several friends that have filmed with him, and I got one friend who's like, he is the nicest person in the world, and I've got another friend who's like, I will never do anything with him again. He was such a dick. So as far as me personally knowing if he's a good guy, I don't know, because I've heard two different ways, and I guess it's also that person who's telling me his personality. Right. Do they blend or?
Heard the same thing both ways on him.
Yeah.
And we don't know. Like, that's one things like we don't know. Like, he dated my friend in high school, and she's no longer around to talk for herself. But like, I feel like
probably a demon that attaches to him.
She ended up dying at 24 from.
And I didn't mean to make a joke about that. I just had
but like we were close, but we weren't close. But like, I feel like some of that was like the Star Phantom thing where she just evolved around Zach and like what was going on. But like, I actually lost interest in the Demon House thing. She just evolved around Zach.
What
the hell?
Jeremy, are you replaying?
No, I was going back to look for that comment.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, no, I feel like the Demon House thing was enough for me. Like, there was some good stuff in there, and there was some like, are we like filming The Exorcist?
Yeah, it was just like, I saw that special tune. Ironically enough, I'm only an hour away from Gary, so that house is not.
You went there. You're like driving. You're like,
no, I you know, it's funny. I never have actually been to the house, but I know other people who have, and they
yeah, but like,
they basically said like, I think a lot of people were saying that perhaps there may have been something that was occurring at the house, but a lot of people obviously were, you know, not convinced of what was actually going on in the documentary itself. Like, maybe there was something there, but just not what really happened in the film.
I had a former teammate of mine actually go to the next door neighbor and talk to them, and the next door neighbor said nothing ever happened in that house as far as they knew.
But I will say this on this. I have had several people in neighborhoods. Oh, nothing's ever happened here. Nothing's ever happened here.
Brad, sorry.
But how many people are truly trying to downplay it because they want to get the people out of the neighborhood? Because I have had it where I've been in a location. I mean, y'all know.
Like, is it really hard to get that many people out of that Gary neighborhood?
Well, I have small town here. I investigated location for 6 years. People would say stuff about the location. They'd never been there, but they lived around it, but they didn't want the traffic that went with it.
Right.
So they were trying to downplay everything to get some of the traffic out.
Okay.
And so, I mean, you do have to think of it that way when you are talking to, because even like some of the locals were like, yeah, I mean, they don't look at it as that like we do. When ghost investigators go to these locations, especially in rural areas, we are buying food. We're most times staying in hotels. We're buying gas. We're purchasing, right. We're supporting their area. But they don't look at it. They look at, you're causing a traffic jam. These are these strangers coming in. This is especially in Podunk, Mississippi, that, you know, Bible Belt.
That doesn't great. But the question at the end of the day is Gary, Indiana, this middle house out of nowhere. Where the hell did this come from?
Yeah, because we never really heard about it really until, again.
I drive to Chicago so many times, and Gary's not one place I want to stop. Let me tell you.
Yeah, because
Michael Jackson, isn't that where he's from?
Well, no, I was gonna say, considering
like
that,
when I stopped at a gas station and get gas, there was like literally bullet holes all over this gas station. And
I've seen that. It's a rough area. I mean, I know
my crap and go.
If you kind of look at it, the way I would put it is, if you look at a city like Chicago, what it's known for, which is also known for its violence, it's like,
I would rather be in Chicago than Gary at night. We'll just say that.
Yeah, well, no, what I was gonna say was, it's like, as violent as we've had in our city, it's like Gary's kind of just right behind that. It's like following in the
Gary even has a smell.
Well, it's because they have the steel mill right nearby, which, by the way, I don't know if you guys have heard this. I just recently found this out, but there's no guarantee. They're thinking about closing the Gary Mills, the steel mill in Gary by like April of 2028. So I mean, again,
well, that's still 5 years from now.
that's what I was about to say. Yes, it's still 5 years from now, but they're considering about closing it in
bad.
April of that year.
Know. Gary's one of those places where if you can avoid it at all costs, I would. So where Zach would eventually got this house and how this would have came about.
It's a rough area.
It's like let's play Candyland. Roll. Oh, I'm on purple. Like it's weird. So there has to be some kind of like.
I never even heard that until after it was torn down.
Right.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
So there has to be some
closer
to. There has to be like. He has a lot of the house, like the stuff from The Conjuring, anything that has to do with like Lorraine, like all of that. So there has to be some safety there that these people have like left all these objects with Zach. That's kind of scary.
It's kind of scary. And
it is scary. There's a museum, and I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool. I like that. Like that's awesome. But there has to be some kind of trust there. So do we trust the Gary house?
Well, and that's what I was about to say was as someone who lives out of everyone who lives closer to Gary, as far as I'm concerned, we've heard obviously a lot. I've heard a lot of association with the town of Gary, but as far as I'm concerned with the Demon House, it wasn't until the film came out that we even knew anything about it. So It was, if it really was like this notorious haunted location, again, for someone who lives just an hour away there, I would have known about it for years.
But you were talking about like Steve. I mean, when I say that man, it checks every detail. He's kind of like we were talking about earlier. Light flickers. He goes and he literally goes to the breaker box. He has, I mean, he's checking every detail before he will say paranormal. I know the first time he came by, he was sitting there and we're like, hey, this is Steve. Would you like to tell him hello? Before his butt could hit the chair, the light went off. Yeah, what butt now? I don't. He has like lost way too much weight, but I mean, it was shut off. Like, and then we said it again before his butt hit the chair, the light shut off. Right. And he was like, dude, it takes us like a week to get this much evidence for a show. He goes, and I've been here 10 minutes and I've already got this happening. And so then he went on, and of course it happened again. And of course, a lot of other stuff ended up happening and all the whole night. And then, I mean, people don't realize that it does literally 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. You're investigating enough to have, an hour worth of evidence. Right. I mean, an hour show. I mean, it's long. I mean, you got to give these guys credit. They're away from their family, especially him. I mean, he drives everywhere. They're away from their family, their loved one, any of their loved ones. It's a lot of stress on them to do this kind of stuff. Yeah. And now I watch the shows not to watch the shows. I was telling the guys one time, I watch the shows and I'll go back to old episodes because if it's a new episode, that location just shot up in price. Right. But if you go back to those old original episodes 15 years ago, those places are cheaper now. So it gives me ideas for locations.
Right.
Yeah, the paranormal field right now isn't what it used to be.
It wasn't. And see, what I was going to say originally, again, I don't have any real hard feelings really with the rest of the Ghost Adventures crew. It's just really Zach that I love
Aaron for some reason.
Yeah, Aaron I love.
I don't know any of them because I couldn't get past Zach.
Well, what I was going to say, the reason why I really despised him for the most part is he also did something on a show that I found out. He basically, it goes back to when I brought up about Jolie at prison. And I literally said this to a friend of mine. I said, because I was going to watch the episode, I said, if he says those words that they are the very first paranormal investigators to investigate Jolie at prison, I was going to shut the episode off. And indeed he did. So basically he was trying to you could pretty much say, because he didn't show up there until 2020. We were the first ones there back in 2018. So he basically stole the credit from us, claiming that they were the first investigators when it was in fact us. And I was not happy. And indeed, as soon as he said it, I shut the TV off. I was done. So that's why I despised him.
Here's how I look at it anymore. It doesn't matter if you're the first one there, if you're the 100th person there.
Yeah.
I don't think it really matters anymore.
It was just more
I
of.
feel, but yes and no. Like Tiffany and I were saying, is it Tiffany or Teffany?
Okay, don't give me. That's a whole new. That's like a story itself. You can call me whatever. Like I was growing up as Tiffany. When I got married, my mom, I think she was on lots of drugs.
Oh, you're a 70s baby. Gotcha.
Okay, I'm an 80s baby, 87 to be precise, but my social security was TEFFANY and my birth certificate was TEFFANY. And then or it's TEFFINY, TEFFANY. And then when I was growing up, all my bank accounts, my work, everything was TIFFANY. And when I got married, it just made more sense for me to go to TEFFANY because of Social Security. And I wouldn't have to pay $5,000 for a name change and go to I'm from Cincinnati and I live in Fort Wayne. So I wasn't trying to secure a court date in Cincinnati. Yeah.
So I just want to make sure I was saying it right.
Tiffany. I've been called Stephanie. Whatever. I respond.
Hey you. Hey you.
Yes.
But I don't even know why I was so going with that.
But now you know. Whatever. I like how I get called.
I just looked down at your name. I was like, wait, am I just saying her name wrong? I was like,
whatever. I just noticed that.
You know what's so funny though? I was in a bar and some guy asked me, he was like, "What's your name?" And I was like, "You can call me Big Tiff." Or I was like, "My name's Tiffany, but you can call me Big Tiff." And
I did not think that's where you were going with that.
I
literally thought the same thing.
I thought you were going somewhere
all
else
about this. And then I was at the same bar months later. He's like, "What up, Big Tiff?" I was like, "What?"
I thought you were saying a different word, not Tiff.
I was thinking that same way.
Tiff, TIFF. Yeah.
If you know what, if that was at
dirty mind.
I'm just gonna say this, just a word of advice. If that was at some bar that had a lot of, if that was some bar that had a lot of loud music playing, I think he would misinterpret what you said.
No. There's no music.
I do want to bring this up. I think he is absolutely right.
Yeah,
oh my gosh. Who? Wait a minute. Who are we talking about?
That's Tom Nally.
Hold on. This is what that's what I was going to say. This is what we were talking about earlier, though. I do think it's important of who is there first, because the first person there kind of, sort of, not all the time, but sets the tone of the location, because that's the first thing that the spirits get used to. I mean, yes, like anything else in life, can they, whatever, but if they get used to, and you go, it depends on how often you go. If you're a jerk and you go in there, spirits are going to want to shut down and not want to. I mean, the next person that goes in is going to reap the consequences of that.
Right? That's why Tina kept denying Zach going into Waverly for so long.
Right. I mean, that. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I've always been respectful when I went to Joliet prison. Every single time that we went.
So Waverly for me, I don't usually share this a lot because everybody asks me, they're like, "Waverly, you've been there so many times." And I think the reason why I have been there so many times is because every time it's been a very different experience for me. So the first time I went was in 2000 and probably 10.
I went the same year. That was actually that was my debut. That was actually my first all-night investigation.
I
was only, here's the other thing. I was only 17 when I went.
Yeah. So and it was
for a good start as a
Did you do a public or did you do a private?
It was a public. The funny thing is
I did too.
Oh, yes. Wait. Well, it was even
an 8-hour public on Friday night.
Well, what was even better was we went we had to lie about my age, by the way. Even though I was a few months away from turning 18, I had to be you had to be 18 or over. So they didn't know I was 17 at the time, but it was a public investigation. And what's also funny, this was a week after I started my senior year in high school. So, but by around 2:00 in the morning, everybody left. And next thing you know, it was just my dad. How better could you get? It
You
was
were
like
with your dad?
My dad was with me. It was like,
oh, that's awesome.
it was like a dream come true. Like, how much better could you get at only 17 years old? And you have one of the most famous haunted locations in the world, literally all to yourself. We had the entire building, and we were there till like 5 or 6 o'clock 7 o'clock in the morning. And it's even cooler. We had it filmed. I had an old-fashioned video camera, which did have night vision on it. And all these years later, I have only seen 10% of the footage. And if we got some really good stuff, I'm hoping to make that into a documentary.
So my question to you is, have you been there since?
Yeah, I was
you went
almost 2 years ago that we went.
So you've been there, what, 2 times?
Just 2 times, but I've been wanting to go back ever since. And
going back. Well, okay, so my question is like the first time, was it more active for you, or was your second time?
I think it was probably more active the first time, but I also think too, I don't know if it's because when I came back for the first time in over 10 years, in 2021, I was first of all amazed to see how much change of the building. Because I'm sure you would remember this too when you went in 2010. At that time, the building was still like, what's that? Oh, sorry, I thought you said something.
No windows. There was barely any windows. Like
no windows.
There's no bathroom. There was
There was like debris all over the place, and some of the stairs were inaccessible. They were still broken. And when I came back 2 years ago, it's like, oh my God, this place has been cleaned. They fixed everything. They put windows.
Which is what we want, because we want it there for other people to investigate.
Yeah, exactly.
See, I was supposed to go right before everything happened.
Stay away. Like, I mean, honestly, if I were you, I'd stay away until all that drama was
trust me.
Come with me. I'm stealing you.
Well,
we make breakfast together. No,
they have bacon eggs.
Bacon eggs
Benedict. There we go. But no, because I know Denise, Ernie, Todd, Leanne, and Beth and I were all talking about going. There was some public event, and of course they were going to be there because they were tour guides. Yeah. And I was going to go up there. Literally, I want to say a month later, before I got to go, everything hit the fan, and I was like, "Crap."
Mm-hmm. I honestly, like, I'm not trying to like spread gossip, but like me, so I had been there before. Me and my husband have been married for 6 years, and I brought him originally with a whole bunch of people, and it was like a crap show. Just because I feel like we had too many people. We brought people that were like, those people are like, ah! Like screaming, and you're like, what the heck's going on? Like, did you see something? And they're like, no, it's a spider. I'm like, okay, good. All right, cool. We're in an outside environment. Awesome. That, and then like, so then he, like, I think he got into that like atmosphere where he was like, let's do this together. Let's not take people, because if you want me to believe in this stuff and like see what you like and like endure or whatever, like I want to take this serious. And a lot of people that we take with us are like paying for like the Zach experience, we'll call it.
Yes.
That sounds good. And sometimes, like, I explain to people, I take out with everybody. It's like I try to involve a lot of people that I know don't do this, because I want them to have experience. But like, this isn't Disney World. We don't just pay for this experience and then like we expect them to act on like command. I've been to Waverly 9 times, and the first time in 2010. I had the best experience of my life, and that was with 100 people to probably the whole, like, there's 10 on each floor, people we didn't know. And I'll send Nick, if you're interested, I'll send you my pictures, or any of you guys.
I got to ask a question.
Are they necrophonic pictures or necrophilia pictures?
Do you want them? I'm joking.
I'm kind of, you know what? Now that
Did
Eileen
you
had
want
said that, I'm actually kind of scared to know what pictures they are.
No. So like actually, okay. So I wish I knew any. Like I need to learn my computer skills a little bit better. But like I actually have a picture where like you know how the building's like this, and then it goes.
Yeah, it's like that.
Yeah,
That like kind of look to it.
I just so you get to know me, I'm full of like I make noises. I'm like like stabbing sounds, like just so you know. But it's like that whole yeah. Okay. Anyways, I have a picture, and if you guys like let me know your guys' emails or whatever, I'll send it to you. And I actually took it completely like 2010. Like this is before I knew what the hell to do in paranormal. I took it in no expose, like darkness. And then when I got home, I exposed the whole picture. And there's like on the L bent shape going like towards the I think it was on the fourth floor. Towards like
mine. I'll message mine.
What? You know, you're like
hold on.
But yeah, like on this L-shaped thing, I have like 6 shadow figures looking back at me, and my EMF detector was getting drug into a room that was lit up. That was not lit up in my picture. Ooh, okay. Okay. Thank you. Oh no, I don't know what I just did.
Oh, y'all send those necrophilia pictures.
Okay, all right.
That's our new word now. Teffany and I don't even know each other. That's our new word.
It's definitely a new word.
The word of the day. We're back on Sesame Street. We're on the adult paranormal version of Sesame Street.
Oh my God.
Necrophilia.
Today's words are necophilias. And then Nick's over here like
yeah, and Brad, yeah, he's right. Yeah, one of my cats was looking out from the stairway. That's we have 2 cats.
One of my cats in here. They're all
we have.
All naked, so.
I'm actually going to say is you guys are kind of lucky because she usually does not like visitors.
Ooh, spicy.
But yeah, I got to just ask one question. I mean, actually, something involving. So when you went in 2010, what month was that when you went?
April.
Oh, we went in August,
April
so
24th.
it was right. Yeah, it was.
It was my mom's birthday. I remember this.
Like I said, for me, I was just starting my first week of school, so that was August of 2010.
Okay,
so
but my point is, here we go. Here's my point. Like we were going back into this. I know we kind of got jogged off track. Like the whole idea of how many people have been there or whatever. So I went in April, and that was a group. Like people, I know, like us snooty, like excuse my language, bitches. We're like public investigations. No, for us, like we want private. Like I went there just because. I mean, I didn't know what I was getting my hands into, and like Waverly is expensive for like you're talking about. Like me and Mike paid $1,500 like to stay in their like little water tower for like an anniversary. That's kind of expensive unless if you have 15 people.
Yeah.
Like, and even like when I tell people like, hey, you want to go like investigate, and they're like $100 per person, like people are like not wanting to do that. That was kind of intense for public investigation. And I've been on plenty of public investigations and never got the experience I got for Waverly. And then like there's a back of me, and like the back end of me wants to know like if it was the energy that was associated with that. Like if there's an energy there, like the less people you take, the less energy you might have.
And you also have, it goes with the energy.
Because different energies too. You don't like you're bringing like people maybe that really agree and not agree with a public. Right?
Well, and like let's Coatsworth, for example. Coatsworth is a very active location.
Yeah.
But the thing is, and one thing I loved about Coatsworth, Miss History person, not too many people get to do it. So if you ever go, it's not a location you can just rent and go. You have to be at a public
event.
I
have not, Rich. Sorry, I was not. I'm like trying to.
You're fine.
I'm listening to you.
So, Miss History person, they let me hold a Mark Twain autograph book in my hand. Yes. And so, yes, that's how old this house is. It's from the 1800s.
That's so
Still have all
cool.
that. And but anyways, it's always been a really active but calm active. You have this one person who likes to cuss and likes to do whatever, but nothing's wrong there.
Right.
And we had this one investigator, my friend David, he was in town. That was a totally different house when he was there. It was active. Something just wasn't right. But we think he may have brought that. Not that he's bad. I mean, I will call David a jerk. I'll call David whatever, but he's still my brother. And I only say that because I love him and he's my brother. But it was just a totally different environment. And I've been there 4 times. The other team that I was with, Southern Paranormal, they've been there 5 times. It was totally different. Never seen that house like that. But we think we feel it was him. Something, because he goes to the Conjuring house. He goes to all these other. So what has he got attached to him that he could have brought with him?
Okay, good question there. Because my dad's full, like my dad's the crazy Baptist Christian. My mom was Catholic.
Oh, my husband's Catholic.
All my aunts on my mom's side are pagan. So I got raised with like a whole bunch, like it was like a cauldron of stuff, which is cool.
Like me. Yeah.
Yes. And so my dad never believed in ghosts, and my mom passed away. And me and my dad, I actually moved in with my dad instantly because my dad did not know how to pay bills. He was just like, he brought home money. That's all he did. And so I was like, I got you. We'll figure this out. Let's go through this and whatever. And so I don't know, me and Cathy never really like talked about this. This is what got me into where I'm at right now. My house was built in 1923. Well, my dad's house was, at least. I never thought a house was haunted. I never believed in any of that. And I was just like, And I started getting blamed for shit. Like, my mom was like, why would you come home from school and put all the sodas from the mini fridge onto the sofa? And I was like, why would I come for school and go back to school? Like, some of the stuff didn't make any sense.
I skipped school, Mom, and didn't want you to know. But then
right, exactly. And then when my mom passed, things got like to the point where my dad could not explain them, and where my dad is super like, he wanted to, like, my aunt told my mom that like I was gifted, and I never thought I was really gifted. I just knew that I could see stuff, but not really like, I'm not like, hey, I'm not the next Chip Coffee. Who's that behind you? Hi.
Wait, you guys on mute.
Bend down,
scooch over.
I can't like lift my head any higher.
Go over.
I actually had you guys. I had everything on mute because my mom was my mom walking by.
Hi, Mom. You were trying to say hey.
I actually have to get off for a couple minutes because my brother, he's got to do an audition. So I'll be gone for maybe just 5 or 10 minutes, but I'll be coming right back on.
Tell him good luck.
We'll talk about all of our necrophilia stuff.
I'm gonna be.
Mom's in the room.
Jeremy's in for a treat.
I'm only going to be gone for like 5-10 minutes, so I'll be back.
That's all it takes.
Yeah, I'll be back in a little bit, guys. So
it's dead around there. It's dead around there.
I'll see you guys in a few minutes.
All right, if we're still here.
Hopefully, I'll be watching.
We might be dead. We might be dead.
You never know. We'll see. All right, see you guys.
Now, I will tell you, Chip's cool too. Now, Chip's very gifted.
Chip made me cry.
He caught, we were in the elevator and he was like, because I was going to he was going to do me a reading. He started reading me before we ever got to his room for him to read me. And then we were at location and he, something had happened and he saw a full body apparition. He grabbed me. He goes, let's go smoke. I was like, okay. He's cool. He really is.
He's really cool. I don't like it, me and Angie. So when me and Angie, funny story, like we were never like, we just met this year, and me and Angie did, and me and Cathy did. So Angie and me, like, so Angie owns Bell Mansion, and Angie is like always like pushed me to be this better person. Like, she was really like, I had like a very good experience of opening up my like business there, and she's always pushed me to be like always like open to things. And I honestly did not know about like I had this like I always like had a guy crush on Chip, because who doesn't like Chip? He's like this like little like old man that's very
He's like your buddy. He's like,
yeah, he is. And like I always like I never like I kind of question him. I'm like, how accurate could Chip be? And then when me and Cathy went to Michigan Paracon, he tore my life up. Like, so me and my mom never had a good relationship, and my mom passed away in 2014. And I literally walked up to him, just like being like, okay, so a secret of a session, I like old men. I don't know what it is about old men. The grayer, the better. I love
Salt
old
and
men.
pepper is awesome.
I don't know. More experience. I don't know. I like old men. They seem harmless, right? I mean, look at Santa Claus. He delivers toys. So
they have more experience. They're not harmless.
No, but like I had always wanted to meet him. Like there was just something like you hear about Chip Coffey, you know about him. And so like I paid for his autograph and everything. And I sat down and I don't know, he just looked at me and grabbed my hand. I actually have a picture of this. And he was like, "What's your mom's name?" And I was like, "Cheryl." And he was like, "Your mom just wanted to tell me that she is very sorry for being an asshole and she missed you. And that she understands the damage she has done to you, and she hopes that you forgive her, and she wants to let you know that she's in a better place." And like I couldn't even process this, and Cathy grabbed me and she started crying. Cathy didn't even know these things about me. We literally just like drove to Michigan together that day, and like she just like literally grabbed me and she was like, "Oh my God." And I'm like,
and that's how he was with me. We went to go pick him up from the hotel.
It wasn't even a reading. I didn't pay for that. He just grabbed me. He was like, "I need to tell you this." And Chip.
Yeah. And that's how he was with me. We went to the hotel to pick him up to take him to location. And when we were in the elevator, he goes, he had no clue who I was. I wasn't supposed to get a reading from him or anything. I didn't pay for one. And we were in the elevator and he's like, "You've got a daughter, don't you?" I was like, "Well, yeah." And I try not to answer too many questions when people start trying to raise me. Right. Because I don't want, he's like, "She's a tough one." And I mean, it was going off. Now, my daughter has had a rough, I mean, she had the same childhood as the rest of my kids, but she chose a different path for a while. She's changed, but she chose the wrong path.
Yeah.
No, hers was pretty bad. But he was naming like what she was doing. And I mean, he knew stuff that my mom came through to him, and he knew stuff that no one knew. And I was like, holy crap. I mean, of course, he was one of the first ones I ever came in contact with. First / medium that I ever came in contact with, because I didn't know this world existed at the time.
Oh, yeah. It's always been like that. I've read tarot since I was 13. I knew that existed, but I didn't know, like, you see people on TV, right? Yeah.
I told you we are.
I'm like,
this is just
multiple cases.
This is
like everything you see on. I don't think you can see that, but everything you see there is tarot, dowsing rods, or anything along those lines.
Try Lenormand.
Yes, actually,
most people don't do Lenormand.
Okay, you ready? Do you want to like? Her panties might get wet for this, Jeremy. Hold on.
I think we just saw the beginning of a beautiful friendship here.
All right.
We've hit it off from the beginning.
Okay. So do you know what this deck is? This is a Hidden Path Tarot. This like right here is like $600. And I didn't know that. My mom bought this for me. It was my first tarot deck. She bought me the oracle and everything, and I didn't know anything about it. And then I looked it up online, and people are like, "Oh yeah, you want to buy a reading from me? It's $200." And I was like, "Why?" And it's
because
these cards. I will not use them. Like I won't use them for anybody, just because I'm like, no, it's my mom like bought that for me, and I never had that. And I was
like, have you ever read Lenormand?
Lenormand.
So there's a thing called the Grand Tableau. You can use the grand. You can use it like normal tarot, but but you can also do it where you use the entire deck.
Yeah, I read Oracle and deck.
And so, you use the entire deck, and you can see it's like your past, current, and future, but it's like the entire deck. If something, you don't have to ask a question. You can just put it all out there, and you can find someone's love line. You can find someone's this or whatever. Love Norman.
I read ruins and I read bones and oracles, like bones and stuff. But yeah.
Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna have to become Facebook friends.
No, you're coming here and we're making breakfast together.
Wouldn't it be better if you came here because we have all the stuff here? We have all the stuff here.
Yes, and you have weather that I don't want. I mean, I don't want here. So
we got the beach, just a couple hours away.
Yeah, see,
we got the Gulf
Jeremy,
Coast.
You coming?
He's not allowed.
Oh, okay. Jeremy, you're grounded. He's so quiet.
Look, Brad said, "Do you still have the box for your cards that your mom gave you?"
I do. I have all of them.
Because he says I can make and send you a 3D printed holder for those cards that your mom gave you.
I have them. Something. Yeah, I have them. I have all of them. I'm that person. I like collect everything and keep things when my bird doesn't want to like tear them apart. But I kept those. I have also, this is another cherished deck that I have.
Oh, I like that.
The Eye of Ra.
Tarot.
It's a huge deck.
It is a huge deck. It's all wooden. It's all Egyptian, which is like.
How do you shuffle them?
I don't use these. These are something I don't use.
Thinking,
how heavy is that?
You necrophilium.
How dare you? No, like.
How heavy is that?
What?
How heavy is that?
It's not really that. I mean, this is a card. I mean,
so they're just bulky, not heavy.
They're not heavy. But like I bought it because I am a big like Egyptian person. Like I can tell you every pharaoh, every dynasty, what they were.
This is my favorite collection.
Oh yeah, the cupcake.
While you two were on break, Nick and I were talking.
Yeah.
I'm going to be getting a hold of Sandy pretty soon about getting our next date for Crown Point. Okay. We're going to invite you and Cathy over.
Yes. I would love to come back. So there is a girl, the guy that I went with, Brian Gurrier, he owns, what?
Brian? I know him.
Yeah, that's one of my good friends. So he's the reason why I ended up at Crown Point. But there's a girl that wrote a book about the history of Crown Point, and we went on a historic tour and then ended up at Old Crown Point Jail and then went through that. But it was like really cool. Like, I think I want to go back. And I also want to go back with less people. We had I love Brian dearly, but his daughter was like running around screaming, and I'm like, I can't investigate with people like that. Like I want to be with people that are serious. I want to be with people that are looking for answers.
That's why I hate doing public events, because we did 2 public events at the mansion there in Kansas.
Yeah.
They were both clusters. Eileen can tell you that. And I also did a public event at Bell.
You been to Bell?
Yeah.
I've investigated there several times.
Nick gave me a tour of the Bell before they even opened up.
I think I investigated there last year, January, probably 6. That was almost a year to this day. Yeah. Yeah. But I had to know, I was I just want to go in there and privately investigate. And every time I go in there, I have more questions than answers.
Yeah. I've only investigated in there once, and that was at a public event, so it wasn't that kind of thing for me.
Right.
they had a little girl running around there, and she was going around everywhere with this REM pod that just would not shut up.
You should have came with me. I had my 7-year-old or my 6-year-old, the nephew, who's like walking around. You would have been impressed. He was like, Cassandra, if you're here with us, can you please come up and touch this REM pod? Like, they actually have a picture of my nephew on their wall, like the youngest investigator ever. But like, he was like literally like Ghost Adventures is his thing.
Well, and I'll say, people give the younger kids going on investigations a hard time, but I think it's how they're raised.
Right. He was like raised to go in there and like ask questions. Like he wants to go Waverly. Like for his 7th birthday, I gifted him I have blueprints to Waverly Hills. I'm giving those to him. The actual blueprints. And I'm like, here you go. Because like he's obsessed with that, but he's obsessed with like, I think he's been in my dad's house one too many times and he wants answers. And
Are
that's
those blueprints that came from the raffle?
Huh?
Are those the blueprints that came from a raffle?
No.
No.
Do you want to see them? I'll show you.
Sure.
Okay, give me a sec. I'm not pausing this again. I had like a shit show. Give me a second. Like,
hold on, I got a whistle. Hold on.
Okay. Hang on.
So, Jeremy, how's your day?
It's been a busy day. I did mostly video editing and song mixing today.
Good.
I was making up a new outro video for this show and new intro and outro for 13th Dimension tomorrow.
Yeah, I think there's a one thing on this that you might want on our. I have to rewatch our opening. I'm going. Yeah, I might want to change that eventually.
Which one is that?
So
I don't know. I look rough.
So this was gifted to me from a friend that worked in Lexington, Kentucky area. I have these are all 5.
I about to say, I didn't know if I froze or she froze.
She froze.
Okay.
So there?
No, we are. You're not. There you are.
Okay. These are all 5 levels of Waverly.
Oh, wow.
Blueprint.
Oh, those blueprints. Yeah, I have a copy of those on my computer.
You can have them. I would be like, I was trying to get them.
Yeah, I don't have them. I printed them out on paper, but not, that size.
Like where it gives you actual things.
That is cool.
It tells you nurses' wings and stuff and what they did with them laundry wise and stuff like that. I have those.
Well, next time, instead of going to Waverly right now, Franklin, Kentucky's not that far away. I just sent you, I think I sent you a Facebook friends request, but I want you to look up. Yeah, I know, right? Poor Jeremy. He's like, I'd like to say something sometime.
Jeremy, you became friends a while back. Like you added me, did you?
I did.
Yes.
No, I'm saying
friends, right?
He just wishes he could say something tonight at some point. So
yes, we don't have much of a voice.
See, we're saving your voice. That's what it is. We're being nice. You don't even know it.
Wait a minute. So have any of you guys been to Crimson?
I haven't.
Do you guys want to go?
Most everything I've done is down here because it's such a drive. I think we figured out, Jeremy, for me to get to Fort Wayne, it was 14, 15 hours, or was it more?
I know when I drove out
negative attitude. No.
When I drove to Baton Rouge, it was 14 hours.
Yeah. That's a long drive because I
know. I drove to Destin, Florida. I get you, boo.
Now the only thing is, my husband is now joined my team, and he just bought him this year. Right? He just bought him a Z, so he loves the long trips because, especially whenever he can drift in his car, he loves drifting. So,
okay, so we should. What would it do? Okay, so I got this idea, Jeremy. Hold me to this. Ready? So he's like, here we go. September, in the area of September, like close to the like convention, we bring her here. But the week before we go to Crimson, which is not that far. We can we bring her here and then we drive there and come back.
To where?
Crimson Sanatorium. It's in Pennsylvania.
I'm trying to
Oh,
It has like 30, maybe 20 buildings. It has 20 buildings. It's very haunted.
if that's what I'm thinking of, my friend Bart's trying to get me in there.
I know. We should go.
Yeah. Because he wanted me to go.
Your history in there.
Yeah, he wanted me to go there in March this year. But the time that he was looking at was the weekend that I'm having surgery on my eye, so I would not have been able to go.
Also, it's going to be also very cold there.
Well, I'm not worried about the cold.
It's going to be cold up there. You forget where I'm from.
Just bring some bacon grease.
Can I put it under my car to get my car through the ice and snow?
You said you were into the necro stuff.
You'll be fine.
I never said I was. We said you were.
Wow, thanks. You just turned on me. No, but that would be fun. Like in September, that wouldn't be that bad.
See, I want to go to Delaware one time.
For what?
Okay, so again, along with history, I'm a big ancestry nerd.
Me too.
And my family was Quakers when they came over, and there's a house out in the Newcastle area.
Yeah,
and it's a historical home, but it was my grandfather's, and the land that his grave is on, he donated all that land for a cemetery, but William Penn gave my grandfather or whatever grandfather all this land out in Newcastle, Delaware area. I think it's is it Pennsylvania and the Delaware split right there somewhere?
That's Tom. This is Tom's World. We'll probably know. He was talking about Pennsylvania.
Yeah. So, but I want to get over there and go
for it.
I want to get in there, and because being a Hollingsworth, someone said I could be able to get in there and try to get an investigation just to see, because I mean it was also where they held their Quaker meetings.
Right. You just need to make a bucket list and go.
Just drive and stop, drive and stop, drive and stop.
Right.
There
I don't know. Waverly was so fun for me, and then now it's just home to me, and now I'm obviously I'm not gonna go back until that's resolved. But
that's how Waverly was for me too. Last year was the first time that I skipped a year going there, in the whole time I've been there.
It was supposed to be this year.
Everybody's why are you going to a place people that are not in the paranormal world? They're why are you going to a place that isn't, or that is known to be that haunted? And Waverly's one of the only places that I've ever felt comfortable enough to walk the halls without a flashlight. And maybe I've been there many times, and I just know where,
can you see that?
Yeah.
Yes,
that's Octagon Hall in Franklin, Kentucky.
I think I know where that's at.
It has got everything. It has got Bigfoot. It's got a ghost train. It's got, of course, spirits. I mean, it's got everything at this one location.
Does it have a Wendigo?
I don't remember every single thing, but I know that
I want to go Wendigo hunting. That's my crypt. I'm I want to go. Call me crazy.
Todd and Leanne Eskew, we were with them. They were Todd and Leanne were looking one way because we kept hearing noises where they normally find where they've spotted Bigfoot. Well, Donald and Rebecca were looking another way. Before they could tell us, the ghost train went by. So I missed the ghost train, but Rebecca and Donald had seen it.
Right.
Beth was inside. And then you go into I don't know exactly what it is, but it's like a barn, and we had a lot of activity. Beth's don't go in there, don't go in there. So what do? I go in there.
That's where the fun begins. I don't know.
There's a cemetery on the property. I mean, you name it. Look up Night Stalkers, and they manage it.
Nick's not even here. I was going to ask him if he's ever been to Bachelor's Grove Cemetery.
I think he's driven by it.
it's hard to get in. It's very like patrolled, but like that is like a
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought you meant resident. No, he has been in Bachelor's Grove.
I was gonna say, being in Chicago, Bachelor's Grove, that's like Capone's.
Yeah, but I think that's during the day, though. I think that's during the day. Eileen.
Yes.
Franklin, Kentucky is less than 6 hours away from me.
There you go. Yeah, we could all meet up at Octagon Hall.
Right?
We could all meet up at Octagon Hall because it's only like 6 hours for me, I think.
Right. Let's do it.
Because it's right outside Nashville. Let me see.
Right. Isn't Harrison like hospital or Harris Hospital down there too?
I don't know exactly all the stuff. I've only been to Octagon Hall and the Old Stone Jail.
That's another one I want to go to, and nobody's really been there. That's a newly discovered area. I would love to go there if we can.
It's even got, and I don't remember the name of it. Jeremy, you may, because I don't follow a lot of other things other than spirits, but they were talking about where all these like silver poles just landed in the ground.
That's in Texas.
They've got it in Franklin, Kentucky.
Really?
Let me see if I can find a picture and see if it's the same thing.
Okay.
It's going to take me a minute to find, but but I know that you had mentioned Doogie. I know Doogie does Old Stone Jail all the time.
Cathy knows him, but
because I know he does Old Stone Jail. I don't know how much Octagon Hall he does, but I do know because that's when I met him when I was at Old Stone Jail.
Right.
Now, I'll tell you another person, and Jeremy can back me up. If you ever can go to a public event or whatever with Mustafa, he is funny.
Really?
Mustafa is like the bomb diggity.
The people that I'm like very comfortable with is Rochelle and Brian. Like, I love them. They're so funny. Like, they're fun to be around too. Like, I don't know. It's taken a learning experience. Like, it's so weird for me to be in this position where like I'm actually being around people because I used to tell myself I hate people. But I think it's just as an empath, like you're just like sometimes you have like these like swords being like or daggers being thrown at you and you're just not sure how to take people.
Yes.
It's an energy, I think it is. That's the only way I can describe it. Because I actually really love people a lot. I just sometimes I'm like
I'm trying to find this picture.
Yeah, Octagon Hall is 5 hours 37 minutes.
That's not bad. From Fort Wayne?
No, yeah.
Yeah. That's a no yes.
65 tickets straight into Franklin.
Okay. We should do it.
I just sent you 2 pictures. Y'all tell me what this thing is because
now I'm getting stuff. We must be friends, and I didn't know it. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah.
It looks like a monolith.
So put it up because that obviously, I mean, supposedly, I always say that word because I didn't witness it. It just appears.
I have stuff from Brad. Brad, hang on. I'm just trying to figure out how to respond to you so I don't.
You don't want to respond to Brad.
Okay, well, I'm going to because I don't want to be that person.
You can be that person. He doesn't like Starbucks.
Oh.
What was that just in the last couple of years?
We went there in what year was that? 20. It was either 20. It had to be 2021. It was actually it was June or July of 2021 when we went there.
Was that found that monolith out there in the middle of the desert?
It was not. It's in the middle of a field, but I don't know.
Right. Like the first monolith that was found was out there in the desert. And they have no idea how it got there. And then all of a sudden it disappeared overnight.
I got you. We're friends. Sorry.
And people started reporting seeing similar monoliths in different places around the country and around the world.
Yeah, pull that up. It's right down the road from, and also the church right down the road from Old Stone Jail is where Johnny Cash got married. But everything's within like a couple of miles of each other. But this is just a couple of miles from the Old Stone Jail.
Yeah, I'm all up for taking a trip down there. How big is Octagon Hall?
Big enough.
2 stories but the land too. So it wouldn't be. I don't know if it would be good if you're looking for it for a things investigation. I think that'd probably be too many people. But I think when we went, it was Beth, me, Rebecca, Donald, Todd, Leanne, their son's girlfriend, Curtis.
So you're looking at about 10 people.
Yeah, I'd say about 10 people would be enough.
I'm sure we can get 10 people, no problem.
The only thing you could do if you wanted more is split the locations, do Octagon Hall and Old Stone Jail and rotate and then there's also the Historical Society. Billy Wilkerson does those two.
I'm thinking, so you say that, it makes me think of Old Stone Mansion. That's in Randolph County, like Winchester, Indiana. Like that's just, I'm like, wait a minute, where are we going with this? I still have not yet been there.
I haven't been to Stone Mansion yet.
Have you been to Randolph? Like the infirmary?
3 times.
Do you like it?
I do.
Tim has offered me to come there several times, and I just haven't. I haven't had time. Like I literally.
I've been to Randolph, and then last year I was at the 101 Cafe.
Is Old Stone Jail.
That's pretty big.
But let me see if I'm trying to see if I can blow it up.
Well, one thing that we can do is get both locations.
Or like I said, you could actually do 3 because you could do the Historical Society. It's haunted. Right across the street from the jail.
Because I was going to say you could get both locations back-to-back nights. So let's say 10 people at the jail, 10 people at Octagon.
Yeah.
Then the next night, switch them.
Sounds good.
Like I said, you'd have to get with Bear with Night Stalkers for Octagon and get with Billy Wilkerson with Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, WTF. You could get with you'd have to get with him about the jail.
Well, you seem to know that.
Yeah.
So you could be our contact person for that.
Just tell me when you want me to ask them for availability and how much. Because I really don't know how much. I'd be lying if I told you. I went for a Paracon meet and greet thingy.
Yeah.
And then Bear, and then Beth, well, not Bear, but Beth got us into Octagon.
Okay. Yeah, I've been to Randolph 3 or 4 times.
What's your thoughts on Randolph, honestly? I've heard several things. That's why I'm asking. I'm not like trying to be that gold digger on like answers, but like just
You're you're that gold digger because you're into necrophilia, so you have to
totally.
Die so you can have when they die.
I'm kind of curious because you hear people are like, oh, I've been to Waverly, it's nothing, and like so I feel like even like people that are in this industry, like you talk to like people that have been there and done it, and then people ask me, and it's like I feel like you can call me out on this, but I'm being very real and honest. People ask me about Waverly, and they're like, "What's your feelings about Waverly?" And I'm like, honestly, I've been there 9 times. Like, it's sometimes I've been there and nothing has happened. Sometimes I've been there and it's been a freaking crazy.
Waverly is a hit and miss place.
But people don't want to ask people. I feel like people that are in the industry of like conventions or talent, they don't want to answer those questions. They don't want to be like, oh yeah, like go there. That's going to be fucking awesome. That's going to be a great thing. Like people, I feel like a lot of people in those situations, people want to play this neutral, like biased thing. And like, honestly, some people are sensitive and some people are not. And that's fine. Like there's been like situations I've been to, people are like, I've never had this experience there. And I've literally had the time of my life. Winchester House, for example. I've been there.
Go there.
Yeah. And people are like, oh, it's just a tourist attraction. And I'm like, I saw a shadow figure in the middle of the day and I literally lost my shit at some point. So
and you know what? I'm okay if I go to extremely historical location and I don't get a paranormal experience because I still get my rocks off on the historical side of it.
But like, what's the problem of saying like, hey, I didn't have an experience? Like, I feel like people are just like, oh, it's this or that. Just say your own. Like, who cares if you had experience or not?
I had the best experience of my paranormal whatever at Broken Bow. I had something thrown at me. But I turned around, went back, nothing happened. I mean, we had, the normal paranormal stuff, but nothing major happened.
Right.
But that's okay. I'll still go back because I know
Right.
the next time it might again.
Right. But like, you know what I'm saying though? Like, a lot of people will be like, oh yeah, it was cool there. Like, why is it not okay to be like, hey, like I didn't have any experiences? Doesn't mean the next person's not going to have experiences.
Right.
We don't know those things. That's why we're investigators. Our job is to go and investigate, make our own pathways. So it's okay to be like, hey, this didn't work out for me, but like I felt this or that, or it didn't work out for me. But like check this and that and out. Like it's okay for things not to work out because guess what? We're not on a TV show that like just broadcasts like 5 days of like investigation and all the good footage.
Nick, you're still muted, by the way. Okay, there you go.
I was intentionally doing that, but yeah, I'm back.
Nick, I have a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
Bachelor's Grove.
Oh, I've been there so many times. Probably more.
Oh my gosh! Please spill the beans. Take me.
It's definitely one of my favorite places. I like going.
Is it like that spooky, like where you pull in and there's people in cloaks? Is that real?
I've never seen that, as far as I'm concerned.
You've heard it.
Well, we have found evidence though, like that they probably have been there. There was one time that this was about almost over 10 years ago now, that we went to Bachelor's Grove, and we found red candle wax on one of the remaining gravestones. So we realized that there were rituals that were recently practiced there.
Okay.
And it's been about over a year or two since I've been there. I really need to make a new visit back to Bachelor's Grove. It's been way too long, but it's definitely a favorite location. And so far, as of now, I've only ever been to Bachelor's Grove at night just once, because back in 2015, we had the annual Chicago Ghost Conference. And my dad, he was able to get a permit because I'm sure you guys have all heard, when it's nighttime,
you have to have that. Like,
they are extremely strict. I mean, you try attempting to walk, they'll arrest you right then and there.
Right. They have police cameras, don't they now? Like,
I don't know if they have cameras, but it's
cameras or something.
I don't know if they have cameras. I wouldn't be surprised if they do now, but it's very heavily patrolled. And some people think, well, I'll just go in from the other side, from the nearby woods. That entire area is heavily patrolled, so there's no easy way to get in. And even if you did escape, then there's no easy way to get out. Of course, you would have to wait for the rest of the night in the woods.
Right.
So my dad was able to get a permit, and we weren't able to stay all night, but we were allowed to be at Bachelor's Grove after dark for at least 2 hours, and we were able to do that for 2 nights. It was kind of funny to think of how the results were, because the first night we must have had probably about 100 people or so. And the next night after that, sorry, that's my cats. They're fighting.
I thought your mom was behind you. I'm like,
those are my cats.
You said the F word.
Yeah, they're just
We're all in trouble.
And the second night, it was way less than that. It was like,
I
think about 40 people were with us. I was really surprised because, this was something that it was almost every ghost hunter's dream to be there after dark.
Right.
So
my question for you is, what's your feelings? Like, what did you feel? Where did you
that's what I was about to get to. I mean, that was, so I was already ahead of you. When you're there during the day, it's just like any other cemetery, although you do sometimes feel that eeriness, especially if it's like on a cloudy or overcast day.
Right.
When you're there at night, it's a really different story there. I
wonder though, like, just because of the stories that we hear, like we've heard, like it was a Capone's dumping ground. It was these things. And so in our head, like those things are like, And I've heard a lot of people say, like, during the day, like, it is most peaceful cemetery ever.
It's really peaceful, but if you're there on, like I said, on a cloudy or overcast day, it's a very eerie feel. Actually, now that I look back, the last time that we were there, it was actually right around when we were done with, this was almost 4 years ago now. We this was my last visit actually. Yeah, we were going to Bachelor's Grove. This was right after when we had the 2019 annual Ghost Conference. So it was just a few days before Halloween. It was a perfect timing. And I'll never forget this. I still consider this my best visit at Waverly. When we got there, there was like this, and as we got closer to Midlothian, there was like, I don't know where it came from. There was like this ever-present fog that showed up. And I got pictures of it. You go, if I'm able to find the pictures, I'll send them to you. But it was
pictures
like,
or it didn't happen.
Yeah, it was like with there was this bizarre fog that was like all over the place, and the activity was just like was nuts. That night, not only was it just me, it was a investigator friend of mine, Tom McNicholas, and we also had I don't know if you know Mike Ricksucker of Haunted Road Media. He was with us too that night, so it was like one of our best investigations ever. So it just seems like the feeling of Bachelor's Grove really changes whenever you're there. But when we were there at nighttime, though, I mean, it really had the total true term. It was as quiet as a graveyard. I mean, you could hear a pin drop. The one sound I remember that I'll never forget was you could literally hear the trees bending. It sounded like old creaky doors almost. But when you're there after dark, you really do have that. Even though we had a lot of people around us, you really had that feeling like you were being watched throughout the entire cemetery. I saw a couple of shadows. I saw the orbs, the balls of light that they always say occurs.
Oh yeah, the balls that are like floating around, like
normally
there's a white and like a yellow or something like that.
Yeah, and normally, like a lot of other investigators, I'm not a very big fan of like orbs and stuff like that. But when you're actually seeing them with the naked eye, that's a completely different story. I saw at least one red orb. I saw a few blue ones. I think I saw at least one. Either was an orange one or a white one. One other person said she saw it. So they were like all these different colors alike. So it's an amazing cemetery. It does have the classic appearance of what an abandoned cemetery looks like.
Well, my family, like 4 generations is from Ireland. So I know it's an Irish, like.
I'm part Irish too.
Yeah. Hi. So like I knew something like that. I was like, well, I need to know that, but like I love seeing history and like to know that those are the people that built like the railroads and stuff like that. And then like some of my friends like Brian Greer, he went to like the circus cemetery, like the train cart.
That's the I think that might have been Graceland Cemetery. That they had like this memorial for this like circus that I think it was like a P.T. Barnum train or some circus train that derailed outside of Chicago.
Right. And then you got the darker side of me. I love serial killers.
You should watch our show that I also do another show that I do that's called
I'm like, if people are killing, I'm watching.
It's on the same network.
Hey, I know you're looking down, but I am not necrophilia. I'm just
and to answer Rich's question, yes, I'm very familiar with Resurrection Mary. I know that story all too well.
That too. Like there's I feel like there's so much good stuff in Chicago. I love it. Like
there's a lot of what I gotta tell you guys this is kind of a funny story involving Resurrection.
You should come here and bring your like cooking. Come on.
I have a little bit of a funny story to tell you guys involving Resurrection. I have a little bit of a funny story to tell you about Resurrection Mary. I have a story involving Resurrection Mary. It's a funny one. It was it was the same.
Because there's several stories about.
Well, if you be quiet, he can tell it.
What?
I said, if you be quiet, he can tell it.
No, there's definitely three different stories of this.
Yeah, there is.
Like there's a restaurant story.
Yep. Right. The O. Henry Ballroom, or what was known as the Willowbrook Ballroom, which
is there one that's correct that actually is connected to Bachelor's Grove or something like not Bachelor's Grove. There's a street.
Resurrection, yeah. Well,
it's by a cemetery.
Yeah, I think it was with Resurrection, although I don't know if you guys remember hearing this. Sadly, the Willowbrook Ballroom burned to the ground in 2016. It was so weird. It was like we had, again, this was in connection with the Chicago Ghost Con for 2016, and we had the Ghost Con at the Willowbrook Ballroom for the first time ever. It's a really cool place, by the way, like what it was. Circle. It wasn't even 100 years old yet, but we had the event. We had I know we had the Booth brothers there. We had geez, I don't know why I can't remember everybody else. But then like literally 2 or 3 weeks later, the building caught on fire.
What did you do to it? You must have left something on.
No, I think it was some short circuiting that occurred in the building, and it just burned completely. And they had no choice but to demolish it. So what they got to do now is they're actually going to build a new ballroom in its place. But here's a historical fact. This is not the first time that the ballroom has burned, because there was actually a previous ballroom that once stood, and that burned over 100 years ago, back in 1921. So it almost makes us wonder, is this like an area that it's going to burn down like every 100 years? It's already happened twice.
Cursed?
It might be, but
going back,
I just have to go to bed.
But,
I got to work tomorrow.
I have to be up at 4 a.m.
But no, I was going to say the funny side of this, though, was when we did the Ghost Con in 2016, we had Mary Marshall. We had Mary Marshall. She dressed up as Resurrection Mary.
Right.
And we had it at the the bar that's right next to the cemetery. She actually went out into the street. She went out into the street and was like trying to like hitchhike, like try to get cars' attention.
Oh gosh.
Driving past on the road. And we got all these pictures of it. It was so funny. And every time that someone was pulling up to her, you could hear people like angrily honk their cars in front of her. I'm surprised she didn't do that. I'm surprised no cops ever showed up. That was funny as hell.
I'm going to have to call it. I've got to go back upstairs and get everything ready for work tomorrow.
I don't blame you.
So
this is the coffee maker.
But we are friends now, so we're cool. Yeah, we've already became Facebook friends.
We're gonna hang out. I think I can feel it in our future.
Yep, you're right, Christy.
So I do love everyone. It was so nice meeting you, Tiffany.
Christy, did you just call me Christy?
No. I was responding back to.
Oh, I was like, wait a minute. I know I said call me whatever, but Tiffany.
Jeremy, the only reason we didn't let you talk was we were trying to save your voice. We'll go with that.
Yeah, let's go with that.
And yes, Tom, I'll be on it. Yeah.
You can use my voice on my show tomorrow.
So I love y'all. Thank you for everybody for tuning in. Love meeting you, Tiffany. Obviously,
I love meeting you too. I can't wait to hang out. We're hanging out.
Good night, everybody.
We'll be thankful for our cooking.
There you go. We'll have our bacon grease.
Yes.
And Tom, yes, to respond for Tom's comment. Yes, speaking of serial killers, I will be on a show tomorrow afternoon. It's with Darren Buss on BB3 TV. So I think it's called Paranormal Brew, but we're going to be talking about serial killers and the paranormal associated with it. So there's another show for you, Tiffany.
I know. I love serial. I know. I feel so dirty. I love all the dark stuff.
What's wrong with being called Christy?
There's nothing wrong with Mimi and Christy. Okay, so Christy.
What's wrong with that as long as you can...
Hang on, back up, Christy. Just so you know, I have cousins named Ayers, so there's nothing wrong with you. Christy, nothing wrong with that. If you were here like 2 hours ago, I said my name. They're like, "Is your name Tiffany? Is it Teffany?" And I was like, "You can call me whatever you want." And so then when Nick responded with Christine or Christy, I was like, "Where do you get that from?" There's a Tiffy and then a Christy. There's E's, and I was like, "Okay, all right, I'll go with it." There is nothing wrong with your name. It's awesome. It's cute. It's sweet. I love it.
I used to work.
I actually don't care. I've been called bitch, and I don't care. So, as long as it is close to that, Tiffany, Big Tiff. I'm watching your eyes, Nick.
No, what I'm actually doing right now, I'm looking something up that I wanted to share before we
Oh, okay,
I
cool.
thought it'd be something cool.
Chrissy, I did call her whatever.
Wait, what?
Okay. Whatever. I'm here to make friends.
Cut her
So whatever.
Say-
Really? Cut me off? Okay. Never mind. So I have questions then. So what is your favorite, like between you guys, what is your favorite like lore legend? You have Wendigos, you have like Mothman. I need to know these things. If we're gonna be friends, I need to know these things.
You're talking, that's his sweet spot right there.
That is
Ooh, Nick.
my biggest spot out of all the
Nick,
paranormal stuff.
have you
It's
been abducted by
cryptozoology.
aliens?
With cryptozoology, I mean, I love all the.
I need to know. Have you been like abducted by aliens?
No, no, I haven't. But you know what? I did have, believe it or not, a brief UFO encounter.
So no. I had like a crazy incident happen and I didn't think anything of it. And Jeremy's like, what are you playing with over there?
There's a little screw in here, and I'm trying to put it back in by hand, and it's not working very well.
Oh, that's my brain. I'm like,
It's a great little fiddler.
so like, don't judge me. Like, I believe in everything. Like, I usually do. And then, like, I had this incident where
See, really quickly, if you don't know that,
I love pickles.
That's Tom Nally. He runs This Is Tom's World, and he's actually one of the runners of the other network, BB3 TV. And there was a show that he was talking about pickles, and I started talking. They brought up Pickle Rick from Rick and Morty, so we started talking pickles, and ever since then, I've been calling him Pickle Tom. Yeah. He always tells people to make sure to go and subscribe to youtube.com/This Is Tom's World.
I call him Pickle Nickel.
I never even thought of that name.
I called you.
You were saying though. I'm sorry. You were saying something.
Oh no! I'm like interested now. I'm just listening to you guys. I'm like, look, I'm not the one like mumbling around now. No, I never believed. Okay, so I always believed in everything. You ready for my abduction story?
Go ahead, bring it on.
This is like I never shared this with anybody, but I figured like my first time on any kind of like anything like this, why not bring something up like this? Oh God. Okay, so like I never actually I'm up to this point, like maybe like 5 months ago, I never believed in like I believe in aliens. Like I believe in like we can't be here just by ourselves.
There's no way.
No way. But I never like looked into like abduction stories or any of that stuff because I was just like this, like you hear the same stories and you're like, yeah, these people are like, yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying? Like you hear the same stories or whatever. And then I went to bed one night. I always have very vivid dreams. Like I've been like gifted in that. Like my mom was a dream weaver. Like I had very, very vivid dreams. And I had dream that like I can't even like I told my husband's like, we need to check you for like stuff. Because it was that crazy. Like I had a dream that like I was actually in bed with my husband trying to like wake myself up by using my husband to wake me up. So that's like astral projection at its finest.
I was going to say almost sounded like sleep paralysis.
I thought that too, but like as like growing up, I've had incidents with the shadow man. So I've been at that point. Yeah, I've had that point where like where you're trying to wake up, you can't wake up and something's like right here breathing on you. So it wasn't nothing like that. It was just like I was literally floating above my body and I was just like using my husband. I was like trying to bat my husband to wake him up so that he would wake me up because he was pretty much on my side of the bed. And it wouldn't work. And then I eventually fell back asleep. And when I fell asleep, I fell through a white tube. This is weird as fuck. This is where everybody's like eating popcorn, listening to me.
If I had some popcorn, I'd be doing that right now.
I'm gonna put like a disclaimer right now. I never instigated like alien stuff until this point. So like I fell through a whole white tube, and when I came out, there was a lizard guy talking to me, and I was completely like crazed out. Like I was just like in my dream, I was like, I don't know what's going on. And he literally a lizard guy looked at me and said, some things are not what it seems to be to you. And I woke up.
So sound like a reptilian or a lizard?
Yes.
Or something like
I literally came to work. Like I work at GM, so I can like sit there and research shit all day while I do my job. But like I was literally like at first I got to work and I told my husband right instantly. I was like, I had this weird dream. There's like lizards talking to me. He's just not into that kind of stuff, and like I didn't think any of it. But then it took me like until like 9 o'clock after like 3 cups of coffee, and I was like, this isn't fucking right. Like this is weird. And I started researching it, and people are actually having dreams about lizard people. And I was like, this is kind of weird. And then I just fell down that rabbit hole of like researching these things. And
it's easy to do.
It is easy to do, but like also I don't want to be that person that's like, oh, like this is me. Like
that's what Tom. I was just thinking that Tom. He said it sounds like that show from the '80s, V.
But like I never noticed. Like I never like honestly up to this point I never. Okay, I'm gonna be this person. Up to this point, I believe in aliens. I did not believe in abductions. So if somebody was like, oh, I was abducted, I'd probably laugh in your face. Like these things. And like, it was just weird. It was super weird for me to like, I astral project here and there, but I never do it like that. And like, for me to like wake up and like question what happened to me that night, like I felt so off all day. Like I felt like I had drank like a bottle of tequila, probably 2 bottles of tequila. It was weird. It was very weird for me. And it was very weird for me. Like, it was just so weird. Like, I had to question a lot of things. And to this day, like, I probably believe, if somebody was like, do you believe in alien abductions? I'd be like, yeah.
I've researched a lot of those alien abduction stories. I mean, regardless of whether they were hoaxes or not, they are just so fascinating to know about. Or it's obviously inspired even some pretty well-known alien movies at the same time too.
I never watched those though. Like, where would I come up with an idea of an alien? Like, I didn't know there was even like alien people that are like lizard-like until I like researched this.
There was a movie.
I know there was the Greys, but I didn't know anything about this lizard.
There was a movie. It wasn't based on anything true, but it did focus on kind of the reality of it though. And it was the movie. Geez, almost 10 years ago it came out. The movie Dark Skies, and good movie. And the guy who was kind of like an investigator, like who knew a lot of this stuff, he really kind of demonstrated how extraterrestrials really are. You know, as he says in the movie, and this is basically the true way of describing them. He said there are 3 basic, genuine, accepted type of aliens, and that's the Greys, the insectoids, and the reptilians. However, obviously, 9 out of 10 reports, encounters, sightings, and abductions are usually by the Greys. In fact, a lot of people are usually dubious about the other 2, especially the reptilians. Sometimes the stories are just not as
though. Like you just hear about that. Like you hear about the Greys. You see those things when people describe aliens. They're like, "Oh, I saw this gray figure, like a big head, big eyes."
And Tom just pointed out a good example. He just read my mind. Fire in the Sky, based on the abduction of Travis Walton, which at that time was not even 20 years before. So that's I have, surprisingly, I have not seen that movie. I've been wanting to.
It's just like so out there.
I have that movie.
What?
I have that movie.
Jeez, if I knew you had that movie, we could have watched it when I was at your house that one time, Jeremy.
You never said anything. Nick, think of how many movies I got. If there's something you wanted to watch, chances are I probably I have a huge movie collection.
Yeah, he's got He really does. He's got like a library.
Oh,
Like
that's good.
bigger than you
It
would
looks
ever
like
see.
it back
Hey,
there.
Chantel from South Africa's in the house. What's up, Chantel?
Hi, Chantel.
Yeah, I'm sure the book is better.
That was our good friend from South Africa.
Yeah.
Like, to me, that was all crazy. Like, just the idea of it. Like, I would never, like, if you have asked me, like I said before, up to this point, I'm like, yeah, aliens. Like, if I believe in ghosts and I believe in Wendigos are my thing. I love them.
Wendigos. I know the Wendigo. Yikes. That's something. That's like one of the few paranormal entities I would not want to encounter, to be honest, because those things are. Oh my God! You got like a figure of it.
I am obsessed with Wendigos.
Wow.
I love Wendigos. Yeah.
Okay, so if you like cryptozoology that much, how familiar are you with the beast of Busco?
I'm not. I've never claimed to be a, like, I'm not gonna say like I'm a, like, I just love Wendigos.
Yeah.
The idea of like, like I have native, I have Apache in me, so a lot of that like comes from that, like,
Okay.
yeah. But it was like but also at that point, like if you believe in like spiritual like possessions and spiritual this and that, what urge you to say like aliens are not real and cryptos are not real? Like you have to be like very open to everything. Like right now, the Easter Bunny sounds more authentic than a lot of things. So
yeah. No, not Buzzkill, Chantal. It's Busco. Yep. Thanks, Jeremy. She thought it was the beast of Buzzkill.
that makes it to whatever page she's on.
But like I would like literally listen to anybody, and if they say like, "Hey, like I saw like the Easter Bunny, it looked rabid, and it has Santa Claus hat on it," I'll go with it. Like
that statue looked like a mutated jackalope.
Why not though? Like if we believe in all these things, we can't discount other people and what they like feel.
I mean, I've never really, when it comes to that case, like with jackalopes, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, it's kind of hard to say. For now, I've just been
saying. Have you went hunting for them?
What's that?
Have you went hunting for them?
Well, no, what I was going to say was, I mean, I remember years ago, I mean, maybe it's changed over time, but the last time I heard jackalopes, you know, really for the longest time weren't real. They were made up and actually
they were made up.
They were basically made up.
Very well known.
I was going to say they were made up and basically created by taxidermists in 1932. So unless there have been reports, as far as I'm concerned, they don't exist. But
the platypus used to be a mythical creature too.
Well, and that's basically what I was about to say. They don't. It's been declared that they don't exist, but that doesn't mean in the near future it could eventually exist. So, and that goes like what you just said about the platypus. Yeah.
Yeah. Me, my way of thinking is that
what about dragons?
Anything is possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything is possible. Like I think we're at this like point in our life where seeing is believing, but a lot of time believing is more than seeing. I mean,
there's actually a series. I've watched a cryptozoological series. It's an older series. Again, one of the other older paranormal shows, but they already say right from the start that it's not real. It's one of those found footage kind of shows, but they make it clear that it's not real, but does state the possibility of their existence. Although
the only
real part of the actual show is they do show like actual interviews of cryptozoologists, paranormal investigators that give their thoughts and opinions. Do you guys ever remember that show called Lost Tapes?
No.
Remember that?
Is it like paranormal caught on camera kind of thing?
It was a paranormal series that aired on Animal Planet, actually. And it was people from different walks of life with a camera, of course, coming in contact with dangerous, legendary cryptozoological creatures. So like the first episode of the series focused on the chupacabra. Next one, you got Bigfoot. And yes, they eventually did an episode on the Wendigo. The series
are so underrated, right?
Here's the thing. What they did, and this, I think the first 2 seasons are the best. Only 3 seasons were made, so sadly, at first I thought this was the kind of series that we were going to finally see, like found footage of all these different cryptozoological creatures. Unfortunately, it wasn't all the monsters, but there was a ton of them. And for many years, there's been attempts for the show to be revived. Only 3 seasons, like I said, were made. But what they did with the show, and this is what I think the first 2 seasons were the best, because using typical techniques like you see in horror films like Jaws, you would never really fully see the creature like on camera.
Right.
The lesser you see it, the more realistic it looks. So, like, for example, like the first episode of Chupacabra, you never really saw the creature. You could hear it, and the only glimpse you would see is maybe these glowing red eyes, and that was basically it. And some episodes you never saw it at all. You would just see people's reactions from it. Like the first season, it would be like glowing eyes, a shadow, or like a silhouette of it if it's like behind a screen. And again, sometimes you didn't see it at all. By the time you get to the second season, they did start showing them a little bit more, but it was still realistic. So like, let's see here. For example, there was another Bigfoot episode they did on the Falk monster, Falk, Arkansas. Like this time you would start seeing them from afar, which looked realistic. You know, it was a guy in a costume, but as long as they were far away, it did look real almost. But by the time they got to season 3, though, unfortunately, they were showing the creatures just a little too much. And you realize that, yep, it's definitely a guy in a costume. But there was, and unfortunately, one of those was the Wendigo episode. So.
But the movie even was like.
Oh, are you talking about the one that was recently? Oh, Antlers?
Yeah. Yeah. It was
good movie, first of all, I have to admit.
You like it?
Me and my friend Don, we liked it because it fit the classic description of what a Wendigo looks like.
Like, I don't know, like there needs to be more mystery there because, like, even in the Native American community, they're not exactly sure. Like, the spirit did not have, it didn't live in caves. It didn't live in like
the mountains, as they always say.
Yeah.
It's like a
yeah.
Spirit.
You're talking about a spirit that fed on human souls. And
I was told it fed on flesh, not the soul itself. It was a cannibalistic spirit.
Yes. But like, I don't know. I think there's a part 2 that's coming out, which I'm actually interested
Antlers? in. I don't think I heard. Okay, last time I heard that they were only just going to make that one movie. I don't remember hearing them making a part 2.
Well, if they that's why I heard they were making part 2, but it also wouldn't be too far fetched because it like had an open end for it for part 2.
Yeah,
I don't know, but it like gave a basic like. I mean, you're talking about Wendigos, like your Oregon trails, like they believe. Like,
I also remember one particular episode also of Lost Tapes, and this once again signifies the possibility of like other unknown creatures out there because, like you brought up. Jackalopes, for example.
Yes.
There was one episode.
Mothman. There's so many like of them. That's why I'm like, I love.
I'll say right now, Mothman is actually my number one favorite. I would talk to you for hours about the Mothman.
Okay, so maybe we should do like a Zoom call. I love this stuff though. Like I love hearing.
What are you talking about going to Mount Pleasant?
Point Pleasant. Yeah, we were talking about going to Point Pleasant.
I've been there.
We were talking about going for the Mothman Festival, and here's the thing. I've been to the Mothman Festival. It's not only just about. It's in Point Pleasant. It's like Point Pleasant, West Virginia.
It's in Virginia, right?
West Virginia.
West Virginia. Okay, so I own a mountain that's in West Virginia, Kentucky, and in that area, like we're all three.
It's literally like right next to. It literally intersects with the West Virginia, Ohio, and partially Kentucky border. Because where we stayed,
I just inherited like 60 acres, and it's like farther down. But like I was wondering about that because
when we went up there, we had to rent a hotel room down in very northeastern Kentucky. We basically had to cross the border into West Virginia because there's just not that many hotels. So you would have to go rent it either in Ohio or Kentucky, and they do now. I know they have the Low Hotel, I think, down in downtown Point Pleasant, which is a historic hotel, and it is said to be haunted. But the problem is, I heard the conditions there are very poor. And last time I also heard it's being ran by a very nasty owner there, who I heard actually is kind of racist. So,
oh gosh,
unless you're just visiting there, I would tend to avoid that place at all times. unless they have a different owner now. But
right, that's no.
Yeah, but aside from that, though, the Mothman Festival, it is awesome. They have all these speakers. The entire street is the festival. So we were.
I would love to like experience something like that. That would be.
Oh, cool. You would love it. It's just so much fun. A word of advice though, because it also happen. It does happen in the month of September, but it won't. As far as I'm concerned, it won't intertwine with the FW Paracon. They usually have it early. What?
Are you coming?
As Jeremy said, we've been talking about going out.
You're going to be there?
I'm hoping so, but it also depends on Jeremy and.
Wait,
you guys have to be there?
What, Jeremy?
Are you talking about Point Pleasant or the Paracon?
The Fort Wayne Paracon. I
Oh,
see
yeah.
you guys are going to be there, right?
Oh, I thought we were talking about I was going to say FW Paracon. Yeah, but I thought you were talking about Mothman.
No, I said you're going to be there. When you brought that up, I was like, you're going to be there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
I hope to see you guys there. Like, that'd be fun.
Let's see. All right, see. I'm the only one that starts singing a particular song. I know exactly what song Chantel's referring to. Country Roads.
Oh, Country Roads.
And there's also a song about the Mothman too. You remember, Jeremy?
Is it really?
I'll have to send it to. Normally I'm not a big fan of like bluegrass music, but the guy that sang this song, it was actually really good. I'm thinking, you know what? I'm gonna make this an exception because it's about the Mothman.
Okay, here we go.
I still can't get over what Chantel said earlier about the
Zombievers. What?
What?
What the hell are
Like, wait,
Zombievers?
No, it's a thing.
How is that?
Zombie beavers? Really?
Is that no Zombievers?
Zombievers, yeah. Like, are they like zombie beavers or what the hell is that?
That's what I was asking.
Beavers, and it was released on DVD and Blu-ray back in December of 2014, exclusively at Best Buy.
And yes, I'm supposed to go to the Gettysburg Battlefield Bash. So it's as bad as it sounds.
Yeah, no, I think Brian, my friend Brian Murray is going to be there. I'm pretty sure. And I said that like I was going to try and make it out there. I've never been to Gettysburg.
Neither have I.
I know. I want to go there, but I honestly don't want to go there when there's a festival. Like I would just want to go there.
No.
You won't go?
Privately, but not during the bash.
No.
Yeah, because there is a lot of people that go to this. So
I don't like a lot of people. Like I would want to go there and just do my own thing and walk around. That would be like pretty much.
I was invited at one point to go down to Gettysburg, like separately from the Gettysburg Battlefield Bash. I think about 2 years ago or so. And but not only were we going to check out Gettysburg, we were also going to go to Antietam, no, that's not in Pennsylvania. Antietam, Virginia.
Yeah,
that was where the bloodiest single day. That's the thing too. It's like everybody always focuses on Gettysburg, Pennsylvania.
Antietam is like way worse. Like you're talking about twice the blood.
Most don't focus on Antietam, Virginia.
Yeah, no, they don't. But that's like most bloodshed. Like there was blood running like through the rivers. Like that's. I love history. My dad. I'm not a history person. Like, but like I love that kind of history. Like I just focus on that kind of stuff. But I would like my actual. So funny story. My dad, who also owned the mountain that was in like West Virginia, in that little corner,
Kentucky and Ohio.
Yeah. He told me like I guess apparently he had been to this mountain a long time, and he was like, "Oh, you're going to Madison, Indiana? You should go hiking there." And I was like, "That's what I'm going to do." And then he was like, "You should go to Chattanooga and then go to like Ruby Falls." And I'm like, "Oh, really?" And he's like, "Yeah, it's just on the other side of like Tennessee." And I was like, "Oh, that's not that bad." I get into Tennessee, I go into a gas station. They're like, "Yeah, you have like another 6 hours to drive." Him at the other side of Tennessee. I was like, Douglas, my dad's Doug. I was like, Douglas Wright. I was so mad. Like, I was just like, I'm already halfway into this. I'm like, I am going here. And then I went in there and like I actually learned about the Battle of Chattanooga, and then like a lot of people that had actually like did the reenactments and stuff informed me about Antietam and stuff like that, which is cool. I learned stuff. I was not mad. I gained some knowledge there, but I was just like, do you not remember where you were born and where these things are? Like you literally sent me on like a 9-hour goose chase back to my house. But it was good. I learned some stuff.
I just thought of this. I should have even brought this up earlier, but your fascination with history is actually that's actually reminds me obviously of another show that I do also on this network, but also on multiple networks. I actually do have my own show that I host. I haven't done it lately for the last couple of weeks because obviously it's been because of the holidays, understandably. Right. And I do a show that's called Paranormal and Historic Locations and Legends.
Oh, that sounds like right up my alley. I love history.
Here's the thing. The name has since changed, however, because we did a show with 2 other show hosts at one point. We were joking about we were talking about some jokes about my show, and then one of them all of a sudden came up with this new name. Again, it originally started off as a joke. They started calling it the Nick Files. And before you know it, everybody was like, that's actually a really good name. And so what originally started off as a joke, the name stuck. So it's actually called the Nick Files, which I do broadcast it here. It's on Wednesdays at 4:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. And it's exactly what you would imagine it because it's not just a paranormal show. It's a history show because as far as I know, my paranormal show is probably the only, again, I'm not trying to claim that no one else has it. I just don't know if there's any others out there. My show is the only paranormal show of its kind where I actually have slideshows and stuff like that. I mean, until it's true. I mean, until I know, unless I'm wrong, no other show on this network or any other network has done what I've done. So just with the education I provide, especially the history and stuff, to date, I have not found any other shows like this. And
no, it needs to happen. Like you need to send me that so I can watch it.
Yeah, and like I said, you don't have to just tune in on things to check this out. It's like, and Tom said it exactly. It's gotten to be so well known that it's attracted the attention of other networks that have. I don't want to make it. I'm not trying to sound like I'm that investigator trying to be famous, but it literally has become. It literally has become one of the most requested shows to be on these networks. I mean,
honestly, like. I feel like you can call me wrong on this, but like history and paranormal go hand in hand.
It does.
And like, I'm not saying like you're gonna walk into like a place that's like the Manson files or whatever, like the Manson house, and it's gonna be like instantly haunted. We don't know that. Just because something tragically happened there doesn't make it haunted. But history in its entirety is awesome because like you have stuff that's residential. Oh yeah, I'm like blah blah blah. But you have all these things, and like who cares at the end of the day whether if not it's paranormal, but like the things that have happened there, and like people also have different experiences. You have people that have like, for me, like oh sorry.
You all right there, Jenny?
There's people like me that like sometimes I have I think it's called, I could be completely wrong on this, but it's like the idea of being able to touch things and like being able to feel things from the past. It's like retro something and like retrocognition. And sometimes that happens with me, but like you have those incidents where people do feel things, and to hear somebody that goes into these sites and they talk about things that have happened there, that's awesome. That's like awesome confidential like things that people can talk about and bring people together on like paranormal and history.
Well, that's something that I've told people for years, that paranormal is not just about ghosts and hauntings.
No, it's not.
It's the history.
Yeah.
It's a history,
and that's basically
but people need to be able to see that, though.
That's why my show plays a very important role to it, because I really am nailing down the history. Honestly, as I look back in all the episodes that I've done, I think I have probably focused more on the history itself than I have with the paranormal stories. I mean, unless
history repeats itself.
Well, and I've also done something. I haven't even made this public lately. I've told Jeremy this at least, but what I also do whenever I make my poster cards for my show, I actually change the color of the episode, not the name, but like the location or event. And you'll, upon saying this, now you'll be able to identify which are which. So, like, to see a white title in the poster represents a historical location or event with no ghost stories at all.
Right.
Red titles, those are what I call haunted titles. That is where I'm discussing a location that does have some type of activity or a paranormal event.
Right. That's pretty awesome. I like this. That's really good.
And I'm actually going to start expanding because for a while I was just doing haunted historical locations and certain events, but I actually am going to start expanding to other things, including ufology, cryptozoology, as well as even some stuff, demonology, even serial killers.
Yes.
So
because you can't just sit there and say like, hey, like you're right, I'm wrong, or whatever. Like we need answers to everything.
Honestly, and Jeremy will probably agree with me on this 100% on this, but so far, because there are times where sometimes these slideshows do go really long, and I always have to split them into like 2 parts, which makes it better then. There's a lot of people who always like it when I split it to make a part 2 out of it, because it's like I'm keeping them on the edge of their seat. But literally the one slideshow without a shadow of a doubt that's expanded, which was 3 parts, and I think everyone has said this has been my best slideshow I've done since and that's undoubtedly the Amityville horror story. Because what I actually did was I literally did my home. I mean, the reason why this one was probably the best was Amityville, despite it being called a hoax and whatnot, it was literally my very first paranormal case I ever studied at a very young. I was only 12 when I studied. It was ironically enough, it was around the same time when the remake with Ryan Reynolds came out. So it immediately got my attention. So
it's very youngin. No, I'm joking.
Yeah. Well, and from that point forward, I started studying, and for years I was trying to set the record and story straight of what was true and what was not true. So I've still been updating the file still to this day. But what I did with the slideshow was I went through the history of the house itself, even before all the events occurred. Then went to I actually went into detail of like the DeFeo family that lived there before they were murdered, and also the Lutzes that they lived there. And then eventually I also went to explain how the story had went originally, as they originally said. But then as you get to the later part of the slideshow, I started explaining a lot of the truthness of what really was going on in that house. I mean, it was nothing like I've ever done before. And I didn't just include slides. I had videos. I had news clips that I found that I broadcasted.
That's awesome. Those are things that people want to hear. They want to see those things. It's not just like someone saying in front of a camera. It's like, oh,
it got so many viewers. I still consider that my best slideshow that I've done.
That's freaking awesome. We need more things like that. Keep on pioneering that.
Brad, Roachology. Yeah, he was explaining the cockroach files, which I have a fear of cockroaches. So he's known to use that on me, and everyone knows, especially that you know what? I'm not even going to say it because I'm sure Jeremy will. He's tried scaring me a few times with that.
Is Jeremy yawning?
100-year-old garden that I helped to restore.
Be going to bed here pretty soon myself.
Yeah, I have to be up at 4, so you guys got me for another 5 minutes. But I'm quite curious. Please have me again for sure.
I'll make sure. You know what I'll do? You know what I'm gonna do? Also, probably I'll try to do this right after. I'll do this right after when we get off. Not necessarily a link, but I'll send you
a Facebook.
I was gonna say I already added you on Facebook, so I found both of you guys. So what I'll do is I'm also gonna send a poster of the other show that I do.
Yes.
I'm going to try to bring it back next week. See, the other problem, it's not even just only, I should have also said, it's not even just the holidays that held me up from doing any more shows. It's my room's actually a total mess right now. I had an issue with several books that fell. But once I get everything cleaned up, I'll start making new slideshows and I'll start doing my show again. But yeah, I'll make sure to send you a link when I start going live because I think you'll find this interesting.
I definitely like anything like that. I love.
Actually,
is there anything you guys have like with Fort Wayne Para like Con that you want to talk about or any questions you need like answered?
Not that I have. I'm Jeremy.
He's putting me on the spot. He's like, actually, I have this. I'm like, wait a minute, hold up.
No, I think I'm good. I think all I need to do really is just fill out that vendor sheet.
Just come to the dark side.
Well, I'm already in the dark side.
Yeah, I'm on the dark side too.
And not the necrophilia type.
Oh my god. This is not gonna go anywhere else. Like I feel like I'm gonna be held accountable for this.
Actually, she does have the dark side on her end because she's got the skeleton of a jackalope.
That is actually a deer.
Yeah, cookies.
She's also got the head of a Jamaican walker right behind her too.
I didn't even see that.
Talking about that plant, that head plant of hers.
Oh, okay. Well, you should be very scared of all the other plants I have. I have tons of plants.
Nah, I'm good.
Fly traps or something?
No. I'm just saying, like, that's my dark side is I collect very expensive plants. Like this plant that you can't see right now, like I can like hand this over. That plant is like over $1,200.
Oh my gosh, $1,200?
Yeah, you know what it's called? Guess what it's called? I dare you.
I can't think of any idea.
It's called the Dark Lord.
Oh my god!
No, I'm not kidding you. It's a Dark Lord it's a Dark Lord philodendron. I grew it from like one plant, and like these like little leaves, like they're not like it's a very like loved plant. And these plants, like, okay, here, this is me moving like this, but like you probably can see. Oh my god, here we are. Like that's my hand on that leaf. And that leaf right there is like literally worth $1,200.
My God.
I am.
The plant that
but the best part about this is, I can keep things alive. I'm not trying to kill things all the time or things that are dead. I don't know. Whatever you're trying to claim I'm doing. But like if I pan around, like on my other side, it's just I collect crystals, plants, tarot cards. I read tarot, bones. Merkle, that's what I do.
I know this is going to sound great. Sorry, Jeremy. Go on. I heard you.
Jeremy's like, I have questions.
Are you familiar with the new crystal shop that we have in New Haven?
No.
It's downtown New Haven. I want to say it's called Raven.
If you give me a name, I'd probably tell you if I'm. You don't have a name for me?
No, I'm looking it up. It's Raven something. Raven.
No, if it's Raven something, I've not heard of it. The last new thing I've heard of is Faye's Cabinet, and
this one here is called Raven's Wolf Emporium.
Where is it?
It's in New Haven.
But I know that, but like I need like.
It's on Broadway.
Okay. Well, me and Cathy will check it out for sure because she's like all about that too. Like
it's literally right across the street from the post office.
Oh, okay. I know where that's at. Yeah. Nick, where do you live?
Chicago.
Like literally in the hearts of Chicago.
No, not exactly like in the I'm actually 20 minutes outside of the city. Like the actual area that I'm in.
I'm very familiar with that area.
So the actual area I live in it's actually in a town called Glenview, but that's still part of
that's at.
Yeah, it's basically part of the Chicago suburb. Right. So
you're like
technically it's still Chicago.
Yeah, you're definitely like I travel there at least like 3 times a month, like to Sound Bar and all those like other crazy bars out there. So.
Yeah, we got a lot of those crazy ones out there.
I know. I don't have anything to do in Fort Wayne.
Yeah, it's just that kind of thing that I always would put it is Chicago basically plays things in a different sort of way, and it really has a lot of the other stuff that some of the other cities, if you will, like Fort Wayne or Milwaukee, doesn't have. So, but of course, obviously,
Chicago
Fort Wayne
in a different way. Like Chicago has that big city life, and like
that's what I mean. They're much bigger.
There's a scare there.
They're just much bigger. But I have noticed a few times I've come out to Fort Wayne as well as Milwaukee that they have been.
There's no scared of Fort Wayne unless if you're like worried about not getting good food.
No. What I was going to say was it seems like they're trying to follow in the footsteps of Chicago.
Oh, they are.
In some sort of
Fort
way.
Wayne is definitely. I feel like Fort Wayne's in the up and coming on like doing different things. Like thank God.
Yeah.
But like,
especially downtown.
Oh yeah, and there have been times when I've been down in Fort Wayne. There were times, as crazy as it sounds, I felt like I was living almost the same type of lifestyle like you'd experience in Chicago.
Right.
But
for the
much
price
smaller,
like you're like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, Jeremy, obviously
you live in Fort Wayne. Like
What's
downtown
that?
Fort Wayne. Jeremy lives in downtown Fort Wayne. Am I on this? Like, no.
I live in New Haven.
That's not far from me. I live by Glenbrook Mall, so you're not too far from me.
That's funny how you have a place like that by the name because the high school, when I was in high school, we had a similar name to it, except it was called Glenbrook South. Not Mall, but yeah, we actually have two schools with that same name, Glenbrook South and Glenbrook North. I went to South.
I could stalk you, Jeremy. You better be watching out.
And that means she'll probably be stalking me if you ever show up in Chicago.
I know.
You said you remember, you know where Glenview is. So now I should be worried.
You should be worried. I work with dead people. Duh.
Nick,
Call me necrophilative.
What are you going to say, Jeremy?
hold on, let me see if that will fit.
Oh my god!
Oh my gosh! Oh my! Wait, what? Oh, that is.
Oh
true.
no!
You'll have to be Jill the stalking Jeremy. That is so true. Jill, I haven't seen Jill on for a while, but she is basically our stalker.
Who?
Jill. That's what Brad was referring to. You'll have to be Jill the stalking Jeremy because it sounds like you'll be the new stalker.
I'm not really good at stalking people. I'm good at stabbing people, but not stalking.
Jill, you still on? You may want to say something about that because she really believes she was the number one stalker.
I'm not good at stalking. That takes up too much of my time. I just stab people.
And no, I'm not.
Oh my gosh, it does. Oh my god. Okay, can I tell you a funny story? Okay. This is good. You're gonna laugh about this. So when I got married, I had to choose, like I said before, my name being Tiffany or Teffany.
Oh my god. I didn't even see your name change.
Yeah. Okay. So I had to do that. I had to choose that, or else I'm gonna have to fight in court in Cincinnati. I was not trying to do that. So I just went with Teffany because Social Security was easy to fight at that point with that. So I was like, okay, it's different. It's Tiffany. It's
Jill's
Teffany.
been watching.
Oh, here we go.
Speaking of stalkers.
Here we go. This is so funny. So after like in contact with my birth certificate, like just getting in control of this, I'm like, okay, so it's like $5,000 for me to change 2 letters of my name. It's not going to happen. I'm just going to go with Tiffany. And they sent me my birth certificate. I cannot make this up.
Oh no.
They sent me. I actually have a copy of this because I cannot make this up. I was like, oh, this is getting framed. So they sent me my birth certificate. It went from Tiffany to Teffany. And when they sent me my fucking birth certificate, sorry, when they sent me my birth certificate, okay, look, when they sent me my birth certificate, it literally said Teffany. It was T-I-L. It was like, in my birth certificate, it was Tiffany. But on the envelope, it was T-I-L.
Oh my God.
Teffany. I'm like, how do you screw this up? So that's why if you ever see Cathy like say Teffany, we always have my alter ego. It's Teffany. Yeah, I have Teffany. I don't even know how you make that up. I'm like, how do you send me my birth certificate and screw up my name that you put on my birth certificate and send it to my house as Teffany?
That right there is our tax dollars at work.
I don't know. What? What?
That is our tax dollars at work.
I know. I'm like, who paid you to figure this out? It's like literally, it went from Teffany to TillphnY. I'm like, how do you?
The alter ego that is against necrophilia.
Okay, maybe possibly.
You know what? I'm gonna have to say this right now. That name Teffany. I don't know why. That kind of reminds me of a real word, which is telepathy.
Oh, ta-da!
What is with all the? I don't get what. I don't know how we got it. How on earth are all these words becoming like? So necro. Oh my!
If you could put necrophilia and telepathy together, you would be onto something. So Nick,
necrophonic and necrophilia.
Typhophilia? I don't know.
What the hell is that kind of condition? Should we be worried?
Oh, you should be. I don't know. It was kind of weird. It's just weird. Actually, when I opened this up, like actually my husband gave it to me. He was like, I don't know who this is, but congratulations on your name change. And I was like, what? Like, I actually have that envelope still. I couldn't dispose of this envelope. I just couldn't. I was like, that's great. I'm Teffany.
You got to frame that.
Yeah, I was gonna say you got to frame that and have that like.
I'm going to, because that's how little our people know. They sent me my birth certificate with a different name on it. Like that even doesn't even have the same syllables. There's like a T and an I, and that was like it, and a Y.
Can you imagine right now, like, because everybody always leaves certain possessions behind after they passed away. And they always if they discuss at a funeral or something. We must not also remember, and we have this right here, this envelope here that says her name was Teffany.
Okay,
so that's what we're gonna read.
Before I get off here, because I definitely need to go to bed. This is like my fighting thing on here. I feel like this is my calling for a serial killer ordeal, because nobody will know if I'm Teffany, or Teffany. I feel like this is a good idea here.
Or get it put up on a museum or something like that. My alter ego's not Brad, and he's in witness protection. But, yeah, apparently Brad is in witness protection because of one of our show hosts. It's not.
I was just thinking to myself, I'm like, this is how you get away with stuff. This is why people get away with murder. Because there could be a Teffany or there could be a Teffany. Who freaking would know?
Speaking of Brad, he sent me a picture.
No.
It's a different kind of motion sensor that's only $22.
Oh, that's good to know. Seriously.
Yeah, it's called the Waytronic Replaceable Voice PIR Infrared Motion. Waytronic. Brad, type it out.
It's a Teffany.
It's a music box, as he said.
I was like, it's a Teffany. Just
no, it's a necrophilia. Oh, necrophilia. No.
Why is that never gonna can you just leave me? Literally.
Yeah, so it's $22.
Nick, no, this is gonna stay with you. It's fine. It's okay. I'll take it.
Well, let's go ahead and wrap this up. Tomorrow, I bring back the 13th dimension, and my first guest will be Ricky Hellard.
Ooh.
Yep, Ricky. And sadly, he won't be talking. You said he's not going to be talking about corn with you.
No.
Corn.
Oh, I thought you said Never mind.
I have a nickname. Okay, I'm sorry, Jerry. I just got to say, I have a nickname of my own that's called Nick of the Corn because about a year ago.
Okay, I thought I heard you say porn, but
No,
I was like, oh, okay,
like
this
is
new.
Well, I could say this though because we had Ricky on at one point, and we did a whole show talking about corn. I don't know how we got into it, but I'll just say it the simplest way because I don't want to keep Jeremy on, because I know he was talking. It was all the things you could do with it, and I'm not talking about just eating it. So they came up with this name and they started calling me Nick of the Corn. So apparently I'm Nick of the Corn now. I'm sorry, Jeremy. Go ahead. Just had to point that out for her so she understood.
So I think he will be at the Bell Mansion when we do this interview.
Okay.
Because he said that he's got a meeting tomorrow night, and then he'll be doing the interview. It's only going to be an hour-long show. I have no intention on doing a 2-hour solo show. No way.
Yeah. Wish you just spent like 3 hours with us. Almost 4 hours.
You know what?
But I wasn't the only host on the show, so I could show.
Okay.
Yeah. And here's the other thing, too. There was one occasion where I was co-hosting with Jeremy on the 13th dimension about now almost a year ago. We had Greg, where the hell did that come from? Greg Bakken on for an interview. And it was supposed to be just a 2-hour show. We ended up being on for the other show we did, I think it was a little bit longer. We were on with him for literally 6.5 hours. From like my time, we were on from 7 p.m. till about 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my God.
And Brad, that is so not happening. See he's been requesting we got to do a 12-hour show.
No. One hour.
Good material. I will talk for 12 hours, but I need to talk about like everything, like aliens. I want to talk about Imhotep from like Egypt. Like I need to talk about like Greece stuff. Like I can't, like I gotta like switch around things. But like,
yeah, Brad, that is so not happening.
Well, we would definitely get you back on so that we can be able to talk about those different topics with you.
The what?
We'll definitely have you back on so that we can talk about those
different topics. I thought you said Tiffany topics.
I thought,
so like,
honestly,
okay,
now
we're going.
I literally thought you said something like Tiffin or something like
Tiffin topics. It's because you're sick.
Well, I'm not sick. I just don't have a voice.
I know.
So that's why tomorrow's only going to be an hour-long show, and Ricky's going to do 99.
Take care of yourself, please.
What's that?
I said, take care of yourself. We need Jeremy full voice, 100%.
Oh yeah, because once I get my voice back, I ain't shutting up.
Good. You're very quiet today. I was very worried about this. I was like, oh, for somebody that's a host.
Well,
shut up.
That's the advantage of having that 3 other hosts with me.
Yeah. Nick disappeared half of the time.
Well, because like I said, my brother, he had to do an audition for something that he's doing, so that's why I had to get off.
I know.
But I also will be back.
I feel like I should give you a hard time still.
Hey, Brad.
As soon as you disappeared, I was like, oh, wait a minute, he's from Bachelor's Grove area. And then everybody's like, yeah, Nick's not here to answer those questions.
Well, I eventually showed up. So
yeah, I know. It's good because I definitely will probably have extra questions about like Chicago because I've never investigated Chicago and I know Chicago, like if close everybody's ear, like I am definitely like someone that is very like heavily into the 1920s. Like,
you'd be surprised with what we have.
What?
No, I'm saying you'd be surprised with what we have involving a lot of these locations throughout.
The 1920s is like I literally have beaded dresses. Like that's I feel like if I was gonna be like in the back and like back in that era, like it would be like I feel like in my past like lives it's definitely Egyptian and the 1920s. Like
yeah.
So, but I love the 1920s era, Prohibition, and all that stuff. Like, there's something about it. So, I feel like I have a lot of questions for you.
I'll just put it this way for now. I mean, the 1920s was a huge era for Prohibition throughout the entire country, but nobody did it any different than what we had here in Chicago.
Right, exactly. That's why I have
some people will say New York basically had a bigger empire to it, but honestly, in my opinion, Chicago really had it all. And nobody ran, and no other, as I would put it, especially with Al Capone, no other gang ran a city like he did.
No. So I'm going to have questions.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure you will. And you know what? I'm supposed to be on a show on Valentine's Day to talk about this kind of stuff, because when you think of Al Capone, again, you think of the St. Valentine's Day Massacre.
Yeah, I know. Let me know. Like, I would love to hear it. Like, that's awesome.
But, yeah, and then, of course, Jeremy, I should just bring this out too quickly. The Frighteners is supposed to be coming back on the Simply Spooky Network, but I probably won't be able to be on that one because, like I said, tomorrow I'm supposed to be on Paranormal Brew with Darren Buss on BB3 TV, and that's the show we're going to be talking about serial killers. So I'll send you a link, Tiffany, so you can check it out. But
yes, please.
If it starts next week, though, we should be having I should be back with Nick Files, and then Criminals and Villains should also be coming. If you didn't know this, Tiffany, I actually co-host not one, but 4 or 5 shows a week.
If it's serial killers, aliens, and Wendigos and paranormal shit,
it's all different stuff.
I love everything. I just love hearing people talk about things that they believe in, because nobody's right. Who are we to say who's right or who's wrong? But like, they hear other people's like interests, like, unless you're a narcissist, then that might not be your interest. But I think it's really awesome listening to people.
Well, in 2 weeks, I'll be debuting a new show on wrestling.
Okay. Fill me in. I love hearing. That's my thing. I work at GM, so that's all I do is listen to stuff and like.
You know, that's the show Mark's on wrestling. Look at that.
You look like you're about to take somebody out. You're untrustworthy, Jeremy.
Yeah, I know you use that picture a lot of times, so I always thought that was a good picture to use on the poster.
Yeah.
Brad's like, my life was so Egyptian.
So I'm not even, don't get me started on Egyptian. I could talk to you for hours on Egyptian stuff. No, I'm not even, okay, can I just do this? Like, watch. Oh no, what did I just choose? Okay, hang on. I don't know what the hell.
We're seeing the plants again.
Okay. Like, that's all Egyptian.
Oh.
Like, those are like actually like ashes of like dead animals and stuff like that. Like, I have them like actually in like in like sarcophagus. I don't know. Like, I'm like big into Egyptian, but like, I honestly think I heard somebody talk about like Caesarean starseeds. I never heard of a starseed until recently. Somebody was like, maybe you might be a starseed. And I was like, I don't know what the hell that is. Like, I know I'm an empath, but like, now I'm going to put another like label on me. And then, like, listening to it, it was like people that were like incarcerated, like, and like just brought into the world to help Egypt or people like that, and like just build a civilization. And I was like, maybe that makes sense, because I have no idea. My dad's like, I have no idea what you're like into Egyptian stuff at all. Like, all my family is like Viking completely. Well, here's something actually. I didn't even know I was Viking until they like matched my DNA with dead Viking vessels. And then I was like, oh, look, I'm Viking. Like, because I did my true ancestry. Because like, I knew I was from like Ireland, and then like my dad's like tribe, my true ancestry, and like I was like, what's that? And they're like, they actually like take your DNA and like link it to dead people that they find, that they dig up. And I was like, oh, I was on Floki's like expedition like ship. I am Viking as hell. I didn't know that. Like, funny enough, I didn't know that, but like, I'm very like into Egypt things. I could talk.
Well, here's something for you actually. Well, did you know that, since I'm from Illinois, did you know that the southern part of our state is actually referred to as Little Egypt?
I did not know that.
Yeah, the crescent. Really? Yeah, the crescent of Illinois is often referred to as Little Egypt, and
why?
Well, first off, they have a lot. As crazy as
You better hurry up. You have 5 minutes. I gotta get to bed. I have to
I
be
know.
up in 4 hours.
I'm just gonna make it one simple answer
Okay.
because as haunted as Chicago is, there's a lot of crazy stuff down in Southern Illinois, and anyone who reads the Bible attentively knows very well that Egypt does not get good press. You know, it's a region of darkness and superstition, and that's basically the same with Southern Illinois. It has a lot of that crazy stuff. So there's a few other reasons why they call it Little Egypt, but that's actually among one of those reasons. Yeah, but it's called Little Egypt down in Southern Illinois.
Okay. So me and you have to have that talk soon. Like, because I've heard about a witch that haunts that land, and I want to know more about that.
I'm going to be covering some of those areas of Little Egypt.
Okay. Yeah. And then as far as Jill goes, I was trying.
Oh yeah, sorry. Here you go.
Thank you. I'm trying to read. I am blind. I actually wear glasses.
It's been a long night.
It was awesome talking to like people. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like sometimes I'm like a loner and nobody wants to talk to me about like my craziness, like Wendigos and aliens and like everything else. So that's awesome to know that other people like experience that with me. Like, my husband's like, what? This is crazy. Like, so, and then like I meet Cathy, and Cathy's like, no, you're not alone. Yeah, that's how I feel though. So awesome, Jill.
We'll definitely have you back on soon.
Anytime. I don't really do anything. I work and then.
What's this? Just message me what your nephew's favorite colors are, and I will send him some gear since he's interested in the paranormal.
Okay. So I don't know what his favorite colors are, to be quite honest, but he goes to the Bell quite frequently. Like, we've had him at the Bell like several times, and like people are like, oh my gosh, your nephew. If you go to the Bell and you see like my nephew is like, he's like 6 years old and doesn't know how to react because he's just like bored out of his mind, and he's like doing the cross-eyed view, and it says JJ. That's my nephew in there. He was literally the second group to ever like investigate the Bell, and they love him. We love the Bell. The Bell is awesome, a very awesome place to investigate, to be quite honest. Like, every time I went to the Bell, I've had very different experiences. I'm just honored that they even let me like start my business there. So, and also anybody that wants a copies of the blueprints for Waverly, let me know. And I don't know where I'll go to get these big blueprints, but we'll figure it out. Like, I'm sure FedEx will do it, and I have no problem doing that. I just need to know how many copies I need. But I have the original blueprints from the 1930s, I believe.
That's awesome.
And anybody can have them for free. So.
You got this good. I just showed this. You got this great compliment from Jill.
Yay! No, like I love girls. We need more girls in the community, like girls that are like willing to go out and investigate and do stuff and like just be like and non-hateful. Like, I don't know. It's very hard for me. I work at GM where girls hate each other all the time, and yeah. I'm just trying to figure all these things out. And just so you know, if I'm ever on any of these shows, I'm still trying to figure all this out. I have no idea how to like stop and like press and play and stuff. Like, I'm literally operating on like, here we are.
All you would really have to worry about is when you're ready to go, just hit that leave studio button, and that'll get you right out of everything.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Oh, Jill said she'd love to get the blueprints.
Yeah. So, Nick, you have my stuff, right?
On add on Facebook or?
Yeah.
I just added you. I don't think I got the. I don't think I responded back yet, but I already sent the friend request to you.
So what I'll do is I'll add, like, since I'll probably add you, obviously. I don't know. You like it, I'm joking.
Yeah,
and then I will like definitely photocopy those to you, and you can send them to whoever you want. And like you can send them to Jill, and like I can be.
Jill will add you too.
Okay, Jill added me. Okay. So give me some time. Give me like a week and I'll have all this stuff up. Because there's like 6 levels to this. There is definitely the basement plus 5 stories. I have all that and I'll add those all to you. Give me some time.
I also know too, I know you're probably going to give another special gift, and that is that new blueprint on necrophilia. It looks really good.
Oh my gosh. How dare you? You go there. Oh, we're going there. I can't wait to have me like back again. We're going on. I'm gonna show up in a Wendigo outfit. Like kill your soul. I mean your skin. Whatever you believe. Whatever. I'm going for some stuff right now. Your soul.
Awesome. All right, so go ahead and call it a night.
Yes.
For
It
those
was nice talking to you both. I love you guys. Please take care and stay blessed.
It was definitely awesome chatting with you tonight.
Thank you so much for being on. It's been a fun show. For
I'll
those
take your guys' soul in the afterlife. No, I'm joking.
for those out there in the audience,
Brad's like, I'll do this 3D print for you, Wendigo. I'll just show up in my own Paracon, like.
for those out there in the audience, thank you for playing along. And for some of you, I'll see you guys tomorrow night.
Same with me.
Be
All right,
safe.
have a nice.
Bye.
Have a good night.